All right. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to this next segment of the Collective Intelligence Block Party. I want to thank everyone for participating, everyone for your patience and your questions, your participation. It is my pleasure to introduce Michael Gallo, who, full disclosure, is a friend and colleague of mine on Radish, and an incredibly talented, creative, compassionate, amazing person. So you're really going to enjoy listening to Michael. Michael, I'm going to ask you to give kind of your own introduction to yourself and your journey, whatever you'd like to share. And you're going to find a really cool group here at the Block Party. So thank you so much for being a part of it. And take it away, Michael.
Great. Thank you, Jamin. Really good to be here. And just cover some really basic stuff first. Is my audio fine and my video looking fine for everyone?
Everything's looking great. Everything's looking great.
Cool. Mm-hmm. Cool. So yeah, thanks so much for having me, and Jamin, especially you, for the opportunity of being invited here to present what I'm about to present. It's really cool. I'm really excited. I feel very aligned with what's happening here in this group, of having a collective conversation around engendering collective intelligence. And I know this is just the first of many, many, many meetings like this. And, I couldn't be more inspired than to be doing this kind of work in the world today, and to be, collaborating with such a diverse group of people, where I can deliver, what my gifts are to the group. So, let's see. So what I'm about to present is kind of a slice through a very large body of work that I've really been working on for decades. Fundamentally, my background goes back about 2 decades into the early origins of the internet. I was called in the 1990s to move to the San Francisco Bay Area to get involved with the emergence of the internet at that time, specifically in order to create collective intelligence. Though at that time I didn't know that's what it was. At that time I just had this sense that this global communications network that was just emerging at that time was going to be a key tool in bringing humanity together in ways that we hadn't seen before. And I had a sense for that then, and that's what got me inspired to move to the San Francisco Bay Area and become what was then a web designer very early on in the 1990s. And so I have some really early experience working with the internet kind of in this context of global sustainability, ecological preservation, social justice. I've worked on all kinds of projects around this with all kinds of people and organizations, including institutes like the Buckminster Fuller Institute, the Noetic Institutes or the Institute of Noetic Sciences, lots of things like this. If you want to see my whole resume or whatever, you can go to michaelgallo.com and see it all there. But the point is, I've been working in that realm for about 20 years, really immersed in information technology with the direction towards utilizing network technology and multimedia for progressing the evolution of humankind. At the same time, too, in the background, I've always had this deep interest in psychology and philosophy. And now at this point in my life, and more what I've been working on for the last couple of years especially, is I'm beginning to focus more on the psychological aspect and using technology to push that more into humanity. So it's for me, my life has always been about this balance of integrating technology with psychology. And previously it was more, I was really focused on the technology side, and now I'm beginning to turn it around and really put the emphasis on the psychology. So what I'm presenting today is in some ways an essential representation of some of what I've been working on. And and so I'm right now also preparing to launch a lot of what I'm communicating and the project I'm formulating into the public view, and this would represent somewhat of an evolving representation of that communication. So since, Jamin, as I understand, this block party is a lot about more generally of introducing ourselves in the context that we may be having ongoing conversations like this. So the way I'm going to start this presentation is with a personal story about me in order to give some deeper sense of where I'm coming from. And also, excuse me, I just need to test out real quick here how my PowerPoint may or may not work in this context of this webcast. So I'm just need to press some buttons and experiment for a second here.
Yeah,
see
sure.
if I'm going to press this play button on PowerPoint, and I'm not sure what's going to happen. So can you just let me know? I think it's going to wipe all my screens.
Well, you got to hit screen share first.
Oh, that's right. Screen
and
share.
then select the window, and then it'll totally fill up the screen. And then you hit stop sharing. It's a red button at the top when you want to stop sharing and go back to this view.
That's right. Okay, so right now I'm sharing. You should see the PowerPoint UI, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then if I go full screen,
yeah.
Now all I see is PowerPoint. But I still need to see my other screen. I wonder how I can. Maybe that'll be good enough. Maybe I'll just share, or I can zoom in a bit more. How about that?
Yeah, that's a good balance, Michael.
That's fine for now. I don't know. Ideally, I'd like to just share that full screen, but then my other screen can be seen. So, so part one of my presentation is Once Upon a Time. Yeah. And oh, by the way, I'll just give some backup. There's gonna be 3 parts to this presentation. The first part is going to be this story about me. The second part will be a hypothesis. What I'm calling, Jamin, you might like this. I'm calling the Gaia hypothesis.
I like it.
This is something we had joked about, I think, a year or 2 ago. And I'm actually formulating it into something. So part 2 will be a hypothesis about our current state of the world and what we can do about it. And then part 3 will be an introduction to my business vehicle, Mythic Systems, and some of the projects I'm working on. Okay, so part 1, Once Upon a Time. And I think I'm gonna go back to stop screen sharing and just speak this part so you can see me, and then I'll do the PowerPoint later on. So Once Upon a Time. One clear spring morning in 1994, I awoke from sleep. And at that time of my life, I had recently graduated from college, having studied psychology, because I was interested in asking the big and deep questions in life. And in the realm of, and at that time, the realm of mind and psyche appeared to me to be the peak of an opening to a new frontier for humanity. So one clear spring morning in 1994, I awoke, and my mind was big and my heart was deep. For I had just awoken from a dream and sleep. I dreamt of a larger mind than my own, and of a deeper heart than my own. I dreamt of the future Earth becoming vastly intelligent like a superorganism, and of my life in this new future. Within this dream, I received a message from the spirit of the earth, her voice coming to me in a soft whisper, telling me that a new era in Earth's evolution and a new era for the human species was now beginning. This whisper also told me that I had a specific role to play in the co-creation of a planetary cultural evolution by the way of the newly emerging global communications network, the World Wide Web. Emerging from this dream, I awoke into a living sense of personal and collective destiny of the future, of which I could barely comprehend, yet I knew I needed to actively pursue. I was being called to be a pioneer into this new imaginary realm empowered by network technology, where the unbound depths of individual human psychology had captivated me before. Now I became far more captivated by an unbound expanse in collective psychology actualized by technology. So in the following year of 1995, with only a pocket full of inspiration and a dream of a new earth, I moved to the San Francisco Bay Area and began teaching myself how to design and code websites. Then, early in the year 2000, I was contacted by an organization called Earth Dance. How many of you know of Earth Dance? Yeah, probably not many people. Oh, good, Jamie. Yeah. Earth Dance was a globally synchronized dance party for peace. This became my first professional web project, for which I created some of the first instances of interactive data-driven global maps of the public internet. Playing the role of webmaster for this globally expansive, paradigm-shifting, consciousness-elevating project was an honor and placed me into the central social circles of the Bay Area alternative conscious culture community. And my life would never be the same. I was now a young, blossoming San Francisco techno flower child of the late 1990s, surrounded by extraordinary and strange people with names like Professor Violet, Xanadu, and Ashira Hart Ananda. With this expansion and coloring of lifestyle and transformation of personal identity, I felt it appropriate to seek out a new name for myself, something that represented my participation in making true this new Earth dream for myself as a type of digital artist of the World Wide Web. One summer day in the year 2000, while traveling with some Earth Dance friends on our way to a dance festival out in the West Coast wilderness, I was sharing out loud my enthusiasm for an idea I'd been reading about called the Gaia hypothesis by James Lovelock, wherein he proposes that the biosphere and the physical components of the Earth, the atmosphere, the cryosphere, the hydrosphere, the lithosphere, are closely integrated to form a complex, synergistic, and self-regulating complex system that helps to maintain and perpetuate the conditions for life on the planet. Named after the Greek supreme goddess of the earth, Gaia, the hypothesis is frequently described as viewing the earth as a single, unified organism that is inherently intelligent and can evolve through time. I further shared that I was intrigued by the additional notion that perhaps the technosphere could be seen as the newly emerging nervous system on this evolving superorganism. Upon this comment, my friend Xanadu turned to me and asked, "Michael, what would be the masculine form of the term Gaia?" Well, that would be Gaio, I say. Xanadu pushes towards me with excitement. "Gaio," she declares, "you should take on that name." And just like that, in the year of the millennium, beneath the warm golden rays of the California sun upon a remote wilderness highway, I was bestowed through consecration by a 1990s techno hippie rave queen, an initiation by name, Gaio. This moment marked a significant pivot point in my life. Not so much for the reception of a somewhat cool yet superficial descriptor of my personal ego identity, but far more for the meaningful significance of how the name was given and received through my friend Xanadu, but more directly from the great super goddess herself, Mother Gaia. I was both reborn and married now, reborn as a transforming individual human and married to a collective evolutionary process. I was wed to the weaving of the mythical path that delivered me here from a dream of years earlier, wed to the web of the living earth, the web of the World Wide Web, to the progeneration of the noosphere emerging as the next new layer of silky cosmic intelligence glistening with nodes of light upon our planet's lovely and delicate skin. So I continue to follow this mythical technology path over the next 20 years, and the digital magic would never cease. I produced over 100 projects in support of ecological, sociological, psycho-spiritual, and culturally creative initiatives, co-creating innovative projects with organizations such as Harvard University, the Buckminster Fuller Institute, and the Institute of Noetic Sciences. It all now seems like a legendary, heroic adventure, yielding my laptop again and again to attempt to create solutions and slay the dragons attempting to hold back humanity from actualizing our greater potentials. But over these years, something gradually pulled at me, a deeply intuitive sense that there was more, perhaps far more, to understand and discover about the causes and solutions to the impending global crisis. So I returned to the bigger questions and the deeper questions, pursuing a graduate degree in philosophy, cosmology, and consciousness at the California Institute of Integral Studies. During these years of higher education, aside from extraordinary insights derived in studying ancient human history, the evolution of consciousness, and archetypal psychology, I began to return to the depths of the psyche itself, not only in theory, but within the mysterious, sometimes uncomfortable areas of my own mind, heart, and body. What happened next is perhaps too much more of a personal story to share here and now. But what I will say is that I came to realize how tending directly to my own personal individual health and integrity could be seen as a reflection of tending to the greater collective crisis. Where before I had placed technology before psychology, now I've returned to placing psychology at the forefront. I'm reminded of a quote by Michael Meade. If we want to change the world, the healing of culture, and greater balance in nature, it has got to start inside the human soul. Okay, that's the end of part one.
Beautiful, Michael.
Thank you. Should we have a gap here for any little discussion before we go on to the part two?
Yeah, does anyone want to jump in? Just jump in. I see a lot of...
Hey, Melissa.
I will just say that it was the year 2000 that I was able to help use the internet for the first time to lead our city to try to uphold our tree ordinance, and that led to a tree sit and changing our government to be more sustainable. And a lot of activists had gotten very discouraged. But because of the internet and because of the fact that I always believed in collecting names and contacting people, and I put it out on the just email that, and then people would send it to their lists. And so I thank you so much for helping with the internet that helped our city save some trees and continue Fayetteville, Arkansas to be a more sustainable city.
Fantastic. Great to hear. Yeah, thank you. And you're welcome. I'm glad that we could help the trees with the internet. It reminds me a bit too of one way of thinking of the internet is that it's somewhat like a natural network of the mycelium, which actually directly supports the growth and sustainability of our forests. And so there we have another example of natural networks helping the trees. Anyone else have any comments or something to share? Anything at all? Yeah, Melissa. Oh, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Awesome, Michael. I love your Once Upon a Time. It's really great. I just wanted to read something from Adrienne Marie Brown's book, Emergent Strategy. Some of you may know this awesome piece of literature. And she's quoting another author, African American author, and he quotes, "Transform yourself to the world. This doesn't mean to get lost in the self, but rather to see our own lives and work and relationships as a front line, a first place where we can practice justice, liberation, and alignment with each other and the planet." And I really love this, and you touched on that really well, that in order to heal the planet, we must heal ourselves first. We have to start that work
Yeah.
individually and as a collective. So thank you, Michael.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said. I'll check out that book too. That looks really good. And yeah, that's one of my core driving principles right now, is that perspective that, and I'll get into this more in part two. I'll just say it now. One of the points I like to share is, essentially, if we're talking about collective intelligence, that complexity science will show us that emergent the intelligence is an emergent property that emerges from a collective of things that's composed of individual agents, and the health and integrity of those individuals will result in a larger sum of health and integrity of a collective. So that's just the place to begin. And we can still have collective intelligence without healthy individuals, but if we have both, we have healthy individuals to begin with, that's just going to enhance whatever emergent properties come from the collective. Wow, that's some interesting video coming in there from Forrest. Looks like I like it. Anyways, anyone else got any comments or suggestions? No? Okay, I'm going to continue then into part two, which I'll try out the PowerPoint now. Screen share. So part two is the Gaia hypothesis. That's a little bit tongue in cheek, but it actually has some reasonable sense to it, as we'll get into, because it's, it's related to Gaia. So can everyone see that screen fine? Is that broadcasting?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, great. So the Gaia hypothesis is, it's an explanation for humanity's current global crisis and a pathway towards resolution. And it begins, there's a few key points that kind of lays out an argument. And I'm actually not going to present the whole thing, because I think it's way too much to get into for this one time slot. And it's pretty deep and heavy and would require a lot of explanation and detail. I'm going to kind of cover the beginning of it and cover the end of it. And then perhaps in a future episode here on the Block Party, we can just zoom into what I'm presenting here. But it begins with this. It begins with a driving question, really, a driving point in question. And so, I know it's obvious to everyone here what's going on in the world, but I'm going to just describe it again anyways. We live in a time of rapidly increasing complexity and profound global change. We are both pushed by necessity and pulled by opportunity. The push is a growing systems crisis, evident in the breakdown of financial institutions, climate disruption, resource depletion, unsustainable populations, and more. The pull is the opportunity to rise to a new level of human maturity, collective coordination, and freedom. The combined push and pull at a global scale makes this a time of profound turning and transformation for humanity. But the question is, will we rise to the opportunity or fall to crisis? Now, we already have all the knowledge, resources, people, and systems necessary to clean up our messes and co-create an extraordinary world of peace and prosperity on Earth. So the other question is, why has this not happened already? Or why does it appear to be taking so long? Why does there appear to be resistance in just creating this optimal environment that we're perfectly capable of creating? That's what this Gaia hypothesis addresses, is that resistance, is a sense of why things aren't cohering in the way that we feel like they should be, on a timescale we should be. So it's broken down to a few points. And the first point is this, is that resolving commonly unseen influences of the current global crisis is a meta solution for resolving global crises. And what I mean here is that the emergence of global crises in general, and we have ecological, sociological, and economic crises happening and more, that all of these are like surface level crises that are rooted in a more fundamental crisis of psychology, perspective, and meaning. And so resolving this more fundamental crisis is a meta solution for global systemic change, sustainability, and human thrivability. So what is this deeper fundamental crisis? Said simply, part of it is, and this is not all of it, but part of it is that there are previous events in our planetary history that are still being held as unresolved psychological trauma in our collectively unconscious memory. Okay, now for the sake of this introductory meeting, I'm going to skip over much of the content around those specific events, as it would require examining it more properly with more time. And if we want to go into it later, we can. But just for right now, I'm going to skip over it. It's just a lot of content. But again, we can revisit this later today or in a future broadcast. But the point here is that I can really drive the point by just making a simple analogy that by comparing our collective to an individual, because any psychologist would know that if you have an individual human being that has events in their past that were traumatic and unresolved, it's going to affect the life of that person later on. It's going to affect their personality and their relationships and their overall behavior, because you have what's called unconscious, unresolved trauma that hasn't been fully recollected and or integrated into the conscious mind will then tend to keep playing out in that person's life from an unconscious modality. This is basic psychology. And so the question is, if that's basic psychology for an individual with events in their life, and we all have something like that. Everyone has some kind of event in their life. So with that said, why can't it be true for a collective? And I'll just give a little bit of insight into this, that new science research is showing that memories can actually be passed via DNA from generation to generation. There's actually a group in Japan, a science group in Japan, who's done research on this that shows that memories are getting passed in DNA. So it's quite possible that large events, large crises that have happened in our collective past are not yet fully resolved. And so in some ways, are we playing that back out now by creating a situation that then evokes that same sense of trauma? That's the fundamental core of this hypothesis. And again, something we can go into further later. And why I think it's important to consider this is in the context of collective intelligence, because I know, having worked with Jamin and so many others on the Radis project, we've been looking primarily a lot at what I call, and there might be other ways of looking at it, I call it top-down design for collective intelligence, versus what I call bottom-up collective intelligence, and they're both important here. But let me make this distinction. I see that there are many different ways of engendering collective intelligence, and that's a big conversation in itself. But what I call top-down design of collective intelligence would be utilizing systems design and network technology to organize the ways that individuals coordinate with each other that results in higher order intelligence. And that higher order intelligence would not be possible at the individual level. So we utilize network technology and things like, we can give some examples of using communication networks and communication tools or new economic systems or new financial tools can help to organize a collective to have higher order intelligence. And we definitely want to do that. Comparatively, what I mean by bottom-up design is utilizing physiological and psychological methods of optimizing physical and psychological health of individuals as a way, as we were just discussing with Melissa, to kind of like clean out what's blocking more health and integrity. Because we can walk through this step by step too, that as I said before, there's a fundamental principle in complexity science that intelligence generally emerges as a result of complex coherency across a collective of individual agents. So given that that's true, we could say that coherency arises as a result of the health and integrity of any system. And given that that's true, we can say that the sum of health and integrity of a collective is fundamentally based on the health and integrity of the individual agents within that system. Thus, bottom-up design for collective intelligence focuses on the physical and physiological health of individuals as a means of engendering greater collective intelligence. And of course, combining both top-down design and bottom-up design may yield the greatest results of emergent collective intelligence. So here's a quote by one of my favorite authors in the topic of collective intelligence, which Jamin pointed to me a couple years ago. His name is Morgan, in a book called Big Mind. And he says, "We are bound together not just by interests and habits, but by meaning and stories." So, there's many ways in the consideration of how we improve individual health and integrity. There's many ways, but one approach I think is most fundamental is through storytelling and narrative. It's true that the story itself is perhaps humanity's oldest technology. Well before the internet and automobiles and electricity and all these amazing advents we have today, going way back to when we were, small groups living in caves or out on the savannah, hunting and gathering and building fires and looking up at the stars at night. And we had just invented the ability to speak to each other. Story was perhaps the first way that we were able to convey meaning to each other. Meaning as a cohesive element of binding our collectives together, our groups and collectives. So, during this time now, in the modern era, where we have such a diversity of people on the planet, so hyper-connected, yet we're seeing such a fragmentation at the same time, a fragmentation of our ideals and values, so much conflict across the borders. And the art of storytelling is very thin right now. I think it could be useful for us to return to the very essence of the origin of our original technology of storytelling. So, we need to both collectively participate in recollecting and positively reframing a comprehensive collective history and of our collectively unconscious past, and collectively co-create a clear, coherent, cohesive, meaningful vision of where we are going and who we are becoming as a planetary species. We need to address both our past and the future in a story framework. So part 3 is how I'm approaching this through this vehicle called Mythic Systems. The universe is made of stories. So again, reviewing our primary approach, we need to address the health and integrity of our individual and collective consciousness. We need a whole and healthy integration of our collectively unconscious history, as well as a clear, coherent, and cohesive vision of where we're going and who we are becoming as a planetary species. And we need to invent the means by which to increase the scope and coherency of our collective intelligence to solve large-scale global challenges, become something like a superorganism, and co-create a new and thriving planetary civilization. So, now we're in the year 2020. I think, I'm probably not the only person who's noticed this about that number 2020. It reminds me of vision, when you go into the doctor and get the 2020 test done. This year is about vision, about at least beginning to plant the seed so that in these next years, maybe next decades, we can take on this long-term project of co-creating a vision for ourselves. And ask, what is our individual and collective vision? What story have we been living? And what story will we going forward as individuals and as a collective? Now, about Mythic Systems, this name, because the Mythic Systems actually has very little to do with actual myth. And I'll explain why. Both Carl Jung, who was one of our most famous pioneering psychologists, and Joseph Campbell, who is regarded as one of our most respected mythologists, both of these men had a critical stance, saying that we can't simply revert to ancient mythology, for this is not geared toward particular challenges of our modern time. If we were to revert to old stories and old myths, that would be antithetical to the essential character of Western civilization. Our time is we hold different values now, things like rational humanism and democratic individualism, science and technology. We have a greater emphasis now than in the past on freedom and autonomy. So the myths of the past won't work anymore, and the religions of the past won't work anymore. What we require is a synthesis of cultural perspectives rather than the importing of any old myths or a new religion as a new collective mythology or a new collective framework of meaning. So the myth and Mythic Systems is really just referring to what myth has done for us already. That myth is a vehicle for meaning. Mythic Systems is about creating vehicles like myth, new systems of meaning perspective that resonate with who we are as an evolving species. So this year, Mythic Systems is rolling out 2 projects. And I have many projects in the pipeline, but this year is going to focus on 2. And the first one is called the Mythic Path. And it's an evolutionary education program designed to help people discover and align with meaningful purpose, clarify vision, and execute a strategy to actualize personal and collective legacy. So again, the aim of this is to fundamentally help people become more healthy in themselves and more integrated in themselves. And the second project, which is an extension of the first, is called Mythos. And Mythos is a social platform for discovering, collecting, shaping, and sharing our personal stories of transformation and co-creating a collective vision of our future. It's orientated around narrative and engenders greater empathy and coherency within and across communities. So basically, Mythos is going to be fully open and designed in a way that gives it as much access as possible to as many people as possible, where they can both share their individual stories and follow protocols to begin weaving those individual stories together in a way that brings us more collective coherency. But then the Mythic Path program will be, an education program that people can subscribe to fully optimize their process of coming into this co-creation process. So the Mythic Path program will be launching next month in March, and I'd love all of you to participate. And if you're interested, please visit mythicsystems.com or speak with me directly. That is the end of this presentation.
Thank you so much, Michael. Oh, yay, we're getting our applause. Consistent. I wanted to say, if I might, that looks like Adrienne said, very cool, Michael. I'm starting to learn how to see the chats and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And, well, when you said about stories, there's one thing that occurred to me is, that's what I appreciate so much about what can happen in the 24-hour block party with the potential of 500 breakout rooms. We can be telling a lot of stories in smaller groups. Because sometimes it's kind of hard to have a bunch of people in one room hearing long stories.
Right.
So I'm really excited that, we can do that, and that it sounds like you can help us to tell our stories in such a way that can heal us. And I also thought about the collective consciousness healing, and it occurred to me that the memories being passed down, that all of a sudden I just started crying because I remember I'm so connected to the Holocaust. Like if I hear anything about the Holocaust, it just touches, it really touches me deeply. And I don't know why. I don't really have German blood, or I wasn't connected, but I think it has some, and it has something to do with that DNA. Actually, my grandfather came from Bohemia. So which was part of Czechoslovakia. So he was probably affected. And finally, I just wanted to say that, the thing about future stories is telling our stories of our visions. I've worked with Joanna Blad she coined the name Harmony Stories, where we tell stories as if they've already happened. For example, I could say, after the 24-hour block party, a year later, well, the whole world went vegan. It only took a year. I mean, it wasn't even 50%. It was like, it was so easy because, and of course, with Phoenix speaking on, Joaquin Phoenix speaking at the Oscars and spreading the message of veganism, that did make it easier. But really, when the collective consciousness shifted because of those 24-hour block parties that led to billions of people having conversations that inspired them to change their life, now today, 1 year later, the world is totally transformed. And of course, Michael's work was really instrumental. So that's my harmony story.
Oh, thank you. I love that. Yeah, speaking the future into now. Absolutely. Yeah, yeah, it's true. You know, I could go more into it too. That, you know, I was a little brief on describing those last two projects, but particularly, you know, the Mythic Path program. You know, I've done a lot of research into all kinds of various techniques we can use to both craft, you know, both clean out our stories of the past. You know, we all hold stories from the past that some of them aren't even true. Some of our memories aren't even accurate. We have this interesting way, the human psyche has this interesting way of wanting to kind of protect and keep itself secure. And sometimes, no matter what happened in the past, we're able to reframe and redesign our stories of the past so that they give us more energy and focus now. Why not? Why not free up now? And also, as you're saying, you know, methods and techniques of bringing awesomeness in the now by speaking the future into the present. So yeah, we'll be reviewing a lot of different techniques like that. And also, I'll mention too that the Mythic Path program is just part of a larger series of an educational program that actually will then also, I don't say this very often, but it will focus a lot on story in the Mythic Path program. But then by the second module, we're going to actually just entirely leave story behind, right? But you had to integrate it first. You want to integrate the story and then leave it behind. Hey, Jamin.
Awesome stuff, Michael. So happy you're here. Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
So look, I'd love for you to comment on, I'm just kind of forming like a little simple hypothesis. Let me know if this is accurate or not, or how you see it. But is somehow the synthesis, the putting together of all of our individual stories, not just of humans, but of all species, does that in some way constitute the whole story for Gaia? Or how do the two, you know, is there a story for Gaia? And if so, how does that relate to all these individual stories? How does the mathematics and geometry of that work?
Yeah. Well, I've thought about it a lot. I think, I don't know about the math exactly, but there actually is geometry involved. And you know what I would say, I would call, there is the emergent of a higher order. I'm not even going to call it a higher order language. I'm going to say there's a higher order organizing principle that's something like language that's emerging, and that we can look at it in the same way that if we go back, you know, how many years is it? 10,000, 50,000 years. When humans first began to utter sounds and make formulations, like I'm doing now, I can say blue elephant, and everyone that transmits the symbol of a blue element into everyone's mind. We take it for granted, but this ability to speak and create language emerged in our evolution at one time. I think there's something like that emerging again. It's not going to be a new language. It's going to be something like language, a higher order organizing principle. And I think that we're still figuring it out. I think it's going to be a combination of things. I think one thing that will be involved a lot is what we call, you know, psychological archetypes. It's already there a lot. That you know, people like Carl Jung did a lot of research into this many decades ago in finding a consistency of patterns of meaning in the collective unconscious. So it's almost like it's kind of like there's a meaningful patterning that's already existence in the cosmos, that's already embedded in intelligence beyond us. And as we increase our collective intelligence, and utilizing artificial intelligence, I think we'll begin to kind of go both ways. We'll be developing up something like language to meet that already pre-existing patterning language, and also receive and learn a type of communication that's already available in the larger cosmos, something like that. Sounds fantastical, but there seems to be some assemblage of evidence for this. Yeah. Yeah, Melissa.
Damon, that was a really great question.
Mhm.
And I just want to mention a few things here if I can. I don't know if any of you read Omar Khayyam's Rubaiyat, which is an epic poem. And I'm just going to read a little paragraph, if I may. It goes like this. "'Tis all a checkerboard of nights and days, where destiny with men for pieces plays. Hither and thither moves, and mates and slays, and one by one back in the closet lays." What I really love about this poem is that it really puts us back to that understanding that there is something bigger than us at play here, that we are part of this mysterious universe, which has its order and is always evolving and changing, and it affects us. So you talk about the archetypes, Michael. Those archetypes are always at play in us and in the world, and they are evolving as well and changing. So I find that really exciting that you're reintroducing, because the ancients knew, we have forgotten. And what I love about your presentation today is it's so perfect after an entire day where we focused on practicalities, cooling the planet, veganism, regenerative agriculture, etc. But there is this bigger something that we are part of, that is also creating our language. If you read Rudolf Steiner's work, he talks about the creation of the ear, that it's part of the spiraling and axes of the universe. It didn't just happen by accident. The same with the eye. There's a connection with creation that happens out there in the mega, the macro, and in the micron, in the detail. And so there's always this connection. And just to address what you were asking, Jamin, which I really love, we are all one family. We just see ourselves as separate and different, but we're all connected. We have allies. They're animal spirits that are connected to us, that work with us. We may or may not be aware of these. And then I'm going to just end what I had to say with this beautiful, it's called The Beginning of the Rainbow, and it's by the 7th Dalai Lama, from his writing Song of the Immaculate Path. An image reflected in a mirror, a rainbow in the sky, and a painted scene make their impressions upon the mind, but in essence are other than what they seem. Look deeply at the world and see an illusion, a magician's dream. So what is reality? You know, and this takes us back also to what Patricia's saying. Dream in the present moment for the future we want to create.
Beautiful, Melissa. Yeah. Yeah, totally. Rainbow.
Wow, I feel so happy that, see how quickly our culture is, just by saying, hey, everybody, how about if we do this more and encourage each other? And it's happening. I love it.
Yeah.
And you know, whenever we see that, if we just really breathe it in, it's real. We really have love. And I wanted to quote Isaiah in the Old Testament of all places, who says, the wolf will lie down with the lamb. And it goes on to talk about a little child shall lead them. And really the vision in Isaiah, so much of Isaiah is about the world where it's totally, we're connected. I mean, the animals not even eating each other is the ultimate goal. I mean, that nobody will eat each other, animals, no animals. So I really believe as a follower of Jesus, there is a design, there is a happy ending that our Creator has built into the system, and that we've all been needing to learn a lot of lessons. And I had this idea that leaving the Garden of Eden was not so much that we ever were really in this perfect place, but that we had to learn the lessons so that we can live in the Garden of Eden, where we can just live eating fruit. We don't have to work. We can meet in person. We'll just pet the lions, and we'll, tree ripened apricots, tree ripened mangoes. No, all we do is steward. We're just here to steward. And that's what Sailesh is talking about, that we are the caretaker species. We just didn't know how to take care of the planet. So I hope that you align with that, Michael, that we're destined to be the caretakers species.
Yeah, I am. Thanks for bringing that up. You reminded me of 2 points I'd like to make. Do we have time for a few more discussion points, Jamin?
Oh, just to be clear, we've got all the time you all want, because
cool.
this unstructured time. So
right.
go with it. All the time you need, all the time we need.
Yeah. 2 things off of that. It's Patricia, right? Great to meet you, Patricia. Thanks so much. Yeah. Let's see which one I want to share first. Well, yeah, I think going back to this hypothesis I was presenting, it's a narrative. It's a potential way of both, one, recollecting that we have some traumatic crises in our past that have to do with these impacts. We've actually had many, many, many asteroid impacts on our planets going back millennia, and if the Earth is an intelligent organism, perhaps the kind of like cybernetic design of the system, whether she has a consciousness like we do or not, there's some kind of intelligence in the whole system that, this big asteroid comes in and wipes out all the dinosaurs. Like, that was a lot of work to create all those dinosaurs. And just in one day, this big rock comes down and just wipes out the whole thing. Okay, this cannot go on, right? So planet Earth began coming up with some kind of a plan. And maybe that plan included the human species, right? And because this would make sense in the narrative that look how rapidly we have developed modern civilization. So it's like, planet Earth's like, we need to create some kind of species. It's just going to be crazy creative, right? Just like really kind of insane. Just get this thing done fast. And now look what's happened in the matter of a couple thousand years. We've just come from zero up to what we have now, with on the verge of artificial intelligence, space technology. We've created NASA, the internet, and now it's now marked for the year 2025. Somewhere in my notes, I can't remember what it's called, but there's a particular satellite system that's going to be going into effect in 2025 that is intentionally meant to be watching all the asteroids with artificial intelligence. So now we can be tracking all these things. Is this it? This might be actually it. This might be one of the main things that this whole thing was for. Hollywood, Walt Disney, automobiles, all the inventions, all the technological innovation, all the progress, all the money systems, all the war, all the pestilence, everything was just like this kind of messy tumbling to quickly, through trial and process, invent the system that could protect us from future asteroids. Wow, only 5 more years and we're done. Awesome. That means that now it all makes sense now. Well, this is one thing. It all made sense from a external, that we were trying to create something external outside of ourselves, an actual extrinsic system to protect Mother Earth from asteroid collisions. And it required a rapid response. And so it was a little bit messy. We've spilled some toxins into the pool, et cetera, unfortunately. But if it's true, and now we've just created this artifact and protect ourselves from asteroids, well, that's great news, because now we can begin cleaning up the lab, right? Now we can clean up the lab, and then just drop into, as you're saying, Patricia, then just drop into all the other ways that we can be the guardians of this planet, of this garden. So that goes into the Gaia hypothesis. That's basically that perspective. So additionally too, the second thing I want to say that relates to this and relates to what you're saying about the garden is I was inspired by one of Carl Jung's books. It was the last book he wrote in his profession before he died, called Ion. And in there he explores a bunch of stuff about the Christ archetype, but also he looks specifically into the archetypes of what's called, the Aquarian age, right? We've all heard of the Aquarian age, and that actually relates to real, like, astronomical and astrological cycles and stuff like this. But he looks at it from an archetypal perspective, and it goes like this: that the precession of the equinoxes actually goes backwards through the zodiac. We're coming out of the Piscean age into the Aquarian age. Okay, so we say that approximately the last 2,000 years from now, going back 2,000 years, was the Piscean age, and about now, and there's some discrimination around what the exact date is. I think it's kind of fuzzy. It's just happening nowish that we're moving into this Aquarian age. And so, but if we look at the fundamental meanings behind these symbols of Pisces and Aquarius, what Pisces is one symbol for Pisces is a fishbowl with two fish swimming in it, right? That's the symbol for it. And we look at the meaning of this, like, you have two fish, they're looking at each other, right? So they're swimming around, they barely even know where they're at. They're in water, but they don't really recognize it that fully, just like we don't fully recognize that we're in air all the time, because we're just immersed in it. So fish don't fully understand they're always in water. So it's like, this is a symbol for one, being in a medium that we don't even fully know we're in. Symbolically, I'm talking about like that we're in a medium of space, time, and psychology that we barely even understand yet. We don't even really know where we're even at yet. We're just beginning to understand this. We're a very new species. And in some sense, we're so young. The Piscean age has just been kind of like this stumbling into our maturity of this unique species that we are. And like you said, we've been figuring things out, in a really rapid amount of time. And like the last 2,000 years, all this history, all this human drama, the wars and the strife and all the art and all the beauty and hardship, everything. It's like we've been creating all the experiences for ourselves to fail and succeed again and again and again and again, so that we get these lessons again and again and again and again. Meanwhile, doing it like what? Like we're like almost this whole time for 2,000 years, we've been just on this planet, barely even looking up. We're just like really in this horizontal plane, fully engaged in all these relationships and all these transactions, really into money and extracting the nutrients from our earth, and barely even going out at all. Barely. That's like the fishbowl. We're just like two fish, not even knowing we're in a bowl, not knowing it's outside the bowl, in this medium that we barely even understand. So now the symbol of Aquarius is a human standing upright, holding a vase, or what we may call an artifact. It's something that they've built, they've constructed it, right? And it holds water, and they're pouring it. The symbol is they're pouring the water out, and it's full of stars. So the idea is that Aquarius represents the full optimization, the full actualization of the human being, and which includes the creation of an artifact, something outside themselves that they're using to hold their wisdom, the medium they did not know they were creating before, in this, and sharing it with others, sharing it with the rest of the stars, sharing it with our greater community outside of the earth, potentially. So this is what Jung he generally outlined that. I also might be adding something to it, but I think this is another narrative we can use of the transition of both what we've come out from the past, meaning that it all had to happen this way. We lived through the Piscean Age in order to generate all this wisdom. There's no other way to do it, to derive wisdom, but from going through actual experiences, actual hardships. That's how you really develop wisdom. And then once we have this wisdom now, I think we've about lived it all. We've done the wars enough times. We get it. Now it's about creating this new coherent way of observing it all and organizing all this wisdom, where we can then share this with each other in a way that just makes sense and keep ourselves in this optimized state of the new, when I say now, a new era human.
Yeah, and with that, thank you so much. And I want to, I think this might be an appropriate time for a song break. Let's see. When the moon is in the 7th house and Jupiter aligns with Mars, then peace will guide the planets and love will steal the stars. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius, age of Aquarius, 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 Aquarius.
Yay, good song.
Yeah, we like to have song breaks.
Yeah, good.
Michael, just going back to what you were saying earlier, about coming into our understanding of our own psychology and our place in the universe, I would say that interesting that we're in the year 2020. I had the same reflection about, oh my goodness, that has to do with eyesight, 2020 vision. So we're coming into the Aquarian age at a time of revisioning. But I would suggest that instead of going out or up, we're meant to go in to find out through self all the treasure that's inside, and bring it out, bring these gifts out. So that's pouring the vessel, pouring our stars out, our gifts, and bringing them together to weave this new tapestry of life.
Yeah. What I would add to that is that there is a common language, and I rarely talk about this. There is a common language that does bridge the inward and the outward in extremes. And the term I choose to describe this language, this archetypal language, is archetypal cosmology. That's how I was taught in graduate school from Professor Richard Tarnas, who wrote a book on this. It's a fancy way of saying astrology, right? Which is a word I don't like to use very often because it's it's such an ancient art. It goes all the way back to the very beginnings of our civilization, but for some reason in the modern age, it's become really diluted and doesn't have such a gloss anymore, and has some cultural projection onto it. But Carolyn Macy, who is one of our most celebrated astrologers today, she prophesized in the late 1990s that in the 21st century we were going to reinvent astrology. I think in some radical ways. And again, Richard Tarnas, professor I studied with at CIS, wrote just a seminal book on this topic that shows, probably in the most empirical way that's ever happened, that there really is a correlation of planetary motion, or let's just say patterns of cosmic motion and patterns in psychological human behavior. There's a science emerging around this. There is evidence that this is actually true. We don't know why yet, but again, this points to that we don't fully understand where we are, that there's some greater levels of intelligence. And so there's an archetypal language around this already available, and perhaps we can develop on it further, that then, and I hear what you're saying. At some degree, we have to even drop that. You know, the archetypes and astrology can only go so far, and we have to go even deeper. But I think there is a bridge. The farther we go in, we'll come way out. You know. But I think inward's a great place to start.
I just want to say real quick that I believe that when we're around loving people and get support for our essence, I think a lot of healing of our trauma takes place because we're experiencing a new story. Because if our story has been that we've been hurt a lot by people, and then we enter a new story, we're a safe space, which I am so far I've experienced, even though we had our touchy moments there with Alan and all that.
Oh, I missed the touchy moments. Oh,
What?
Oh, never mind. You said I missed them. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean it started getting it was getting intense, and I was perceiving that Alan was getting attacked, and I wanted him to feel safe. And so I didn't go into a panic. I just stayed centered and then was able to say things that I got my chance to speak, and I felt really grateful that I could acknowledge him and inspire him to be more vulnerable. And in the chat, I just kept on writing things like, this is what we have in common. So I just felt empowered because this is a kind of a very free space. And yet I did feel, just in conclusion, you know, not everybody in this space, it's not always going to be completely safe. However, I'm feeling healing happening because of people like you coming to speak and interact in such a loving way. Jamin, Melissa, Ray, and Maya. I don't know everybody else here, but you know, I just want to keep expressing that to you all, that you're creating a space where I'm being healed and of that past trauma and that belief that I will never be able to thrive in a group. Because you know, even though I work on overcoming that belief, still there is part of me that has been felt that way.
Mm-hmm.
Trisha, I want to add, if I may, Michael, to what you're saying. I hear the work Dharmendra's been doing with us, working through you, and I just wanted to honor that because, Michael, we've been working with this really awesome person who's part of the Vegan Collective Intelligence, Dharmendra, who's been working with a number of us once a week on shadow, gift, and siddha. So
Right.
we've been really working on
Well, that's from the Gene Keys.
collective shadow work and bringing that back into the light. And so I witnessed that as well. And I was also wondering the same thing when Sailesh and Alan were talking and the group started getting very heated, like, let's rein this shadow back into the light. Just quickly on another topic, which I didn't want to forget to bring up also, Michael, was when you look at indigenous traditions and storytelling, they refer a lot to the animal kingdom and through stories and the animals as teachers. And I think that's another thing we need to get back to, like Mother Spider, you know, she's teaching us about this web that we're a part of, or the whale people who carry the memory of the world within them. And they have stories to share with us. So they carry that collective history and story that if we lose them, we will lose that memory.
Yeah.
And so if we can connect back to the sentient beings that are not human through story and get reconnected and understand their role in the universe and in our lives, then we will hopefully protect them and honor them and reconnect our story with their story, because we are one story.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, animals have great stories. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, that's animals are like. I think of things in the context of semiotics. Semiotics is the study of symbols, basically. And so when you think about, anything can be semiotic. When I think about animals and humans' stories about animals, it's like we're using the language of the biology of the earth to speak about the earth, kind of going that way, Whereas astrology would go out. That'd be one way of going out. Speaking about animals goes into the biology. And the intelligence, that's the diverse intelligence that's in the Gaia's ecosystem. Yeah, Jamin. Yeah.
Thanks. I just have something to share. So, since we have been doing a lot of this lately, these group video conferences.
Yeah.
I just want to share like a couple of experiences that I'm having. So one is that, okay, this is first I'm gonna reference what happened in the late 60s when humanity sent a spaceship to the moon and we took a picture of planet Earth. And for the first time, humanity got to, Mother Earth, Gaia, got to see herself, right, as a whole, right?
Right. Yeah.
And so I have kind of like, a microcosm of that, where when I look at all of us here in this room, I look at all of our faces and everything, I feel like I'm looking at myself, but a more whole aspect of myself, which is all of us as a united whole. And another thing that I experience as I'm experiencing this is I'm not worried about anything else. If I was alone by myself, I could have all these worries and concerns and stresses and all that. So my hypothesis is that as we integrate and come together as one, we're experiencing wholeness. And when you experience wholeness, you experience wellness. And so anyway, I just wanted to share that, because as we get more and more into this, we really are integrating, right? And as we use this tool of video conferencing, and as we use it frequently, we reinforce that we are a whole, right? This is where I want to be. I want to be with my people. I want to be with all of you, connected, sharing, bouncing ideas off each other. This must feel like how it felt like when we were a tribe, just running naked through the jungle and just having a blast, right? We'd come back to the campfire and, all right, we're all together. Great. Life is perfect. There's no worry about tomorrow or yesterday. We're just all together and it's just beautiful. So anyway, just wanted to express that.
I love it, Jamin. Yeah. What a great comparison of that. Yeah, I think it was 1969 that first image came out, and that was a profound moment of putting a symbol into the collective psyche. I think like there were 1 billion people watching that live, and that was the first time we saw ourselves from that perspective. And now with what you just described, I'm imagining if I may have a little techno geek moment. Imagine, Jamin, a virtual reality environment where it's like this with the grid of the videos, but you have like 1 billion people, and it's it's zooming in and out, so you have the perfect conversation with whoever's resonating with what you're saying right now, but you can see everyone at once.
Well, I was imagining real quick, because I want to hear did you have something to say, Myra? Did you try to say something?
Yeah, I've been trying to say something, but I'm just listening. I've been on and off since since the morning, since pretty much this started. I've been going and doing errands while I'm still listening to this amazing block party collective intelligence get together. And definitely, I mean, right now while I was listening to Michael, I got connected to all his words and how he was phrasing about the meaning of what the fish is, the Piscean age. Back in March 21st of 1948, the founder of the organization that I grew up with which is the Universal Great Brotherhood. That's how it started back in France, and then it came to Venezuela. And the founder of that organization, his name is Serge Reno de la Ferrière. He had his first disciple in Venezuela, and because of how the planets were aspected in March 21st of 1948, Jupiter was in a certain position, and the other planets, and supposedly that's when he considered to give birth to the Aquarian age, the first grade of Aquarian age. It is 2020, supposedly in March 21st, our organization celebrates the second grade of the Aquarian age. And I do find it very interesting because his philosophy was that we should come together as one by doing different types of disciplines. He mostly encouraged people to become ovo-lacto vegetarian, which was just following the yamas and the niyamas with, you're not gonna kill nobody, you're gonna respect every living creature. So in order for you to be a part of this organization, they require to be 6 months without drinking coffee, without smoking, being completely clean, and without eating meat, any type of meat, fish. And well, I was little. I always had a very hard time why my friends were eating meat and I wasn't. Why my friends, I felt like the abnormal one while I was growing up. But at the same time, I was getting a lot of knowledge regarding every symbolism out there to try to understand what was the true meaning of Genesis in the Bible, and just different books in the Bible itself, where in order for me to be able to understand all those symbolisms, I had to get into the Bhagavad Gita and learn about Krishna and learn about Kabbalah also, because the Bible is very, very, very contradicting. And not only that, it has been modified this last 2,000 years. And so one of the things that Serge Reno de la Ferrière, that he really encouraged people was to practice the different, the 7 types different kind of yogas. Because yoga in Sanskrit means union. So this was a way for him to believe that humanity, we could discover our own essence and our own potentials through yoga disciplines. And like I said, I mean, I grew up, and every time we had get-togethers with other people, I couldn't understand why people would be grilling meat. And because when you're having this type of disciplines, your how do you say it? Your like the way you breathe. Like I would breathe nothing that it would be that I would crave. I would smell what a dead animal smells like, because my senses, they were very sensitive. They were very open. And this is, I mean, yoga is a path that definitely teaches people that you can perceive, you just have a very intimate connection with your essence, to understand who you really are, to understand that you are not meant to eat meat. Now in the second grade of Aquarius, now our organization is transitioning to a vegan diet. And this is obviously because of the meat industries, the dairy industries. We know that how are they treating the animals nowadays? How are they getting every time becoming more richer through the pain of this innocent animals? It's not like before. Back in the day when we used to have our own cow, our own chickens, and they would lay their eggs. And so anyways, just wanted to share that this is how we started Bio-Lacto Vegetarian. I'm happy that now we're transitioning to veganism, now we're going plant-based, because in reality, I never liked eggs. I never liked milk. And I believe that our true ways of eating is, with no doubt, everything that grows from the earth, nothing that gets stolen from the animals. And this is all what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Myra. Yeah.
And what was the name of that organization and the name of the leader?
The name of the founder of that organization, his name is called Serge Reynal de la Ferrière. I can write it for you here.
Yeah, why don't you write it in the chat? That would be great.
I'm interested in looking at that more. That's very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll write it here. And it started as a Universal Great Brotherhood. And then as it came through the bottom of America in Venezuela, the name changed to Universal Great Fraternity, Red GFU. And because brotherhood and fraternity, it was both of the names, they were more related to like a man group of people, and it wasn't like that. It was a group of, we're still a group of people where men and women, we have the same rights and there's no discrimination. But there was always arguments like, why is it fraternity and not maternity? Why is it this and not that? Because people always, I think that in every organization, in every religion, in everything, I think that what fails is when it comes all political. Once it comes all political, I think that is when mistakenly we as humankind, we start having high egos and we start fighting over the most nonsense stuff. So now that it's here in the United States, well, it has been here in the United States for a long time, but we've been kind of underground, I'm gonna say, because our gurus, they've been in the organization for more than 40, 50 years. They're very, very prepared to be traveling all around the world and be giving beautiful teachings of love and service to humanity. And they, what a guru does is that their role play is astrology. What is the other one? Alchemia? I don't know, Jamin, if you can translate that. Alchemia, alchemy, or?
Oh, alchemy. Yeah.
Alchemy. There you go. So it's magic, alchemy, and astrology. So this is three of the things that they manage the most. And I mean, Sailesh had the opportunity of meeting our first female guru by the name of Guru Lucy Cordero, and they're beautiful human beings. They're out there for the world. They're out there to be givers, and to everywhere they travel, they're giving the message of how to find your own self, how to find your biggest potential, how to learn about yourself through astrology, because in reality, planets, they influence in our life in many ways. They give us a lot of information. Astrology is a science that it never ends. And it talks from the medical aspect all the way to your personality, and just in different ways. It's very interesting. But yeah, this is why I'm here, being a part of Collective Intelligence, and also encouraging people and just getting informed. That is one of our biggest gifts that we have eyes and we have ears and we have mouths to express ourselves. We have ears to learn. We have eyes to see. This is the Aquarian age. In the Piscean age, it was like fate had to come through the ear. Whatever you hear, that's what you had to believe in. Now, in the Aquarius age, you have to see it and you have to investigate it in order to believe it. Now, they don't take you by a fool. You know what I mean? Like before, it was this past 2,000 years has been like religion to control over humanity, and religion covered a lot of things that it was convenient for them, for humanity not to realize the biggest gifts and the biggest potential that we have as humankind. They picture and portrayed Jesus Christ as one that he never was. It's interesting, and one of the things that I read from the Book of Thomas, which the Book of Thomas, he's a person that I don't know if he was a disciple or I don't know who he was. About the Bible, I know the basics. I read several books, but I get confused in the names. But I know the Book of Thomas.
Yeah. He was a Gnostic.
He was an apostle. Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you probably know that Book of Thomas was hidden for a lot of years. They just found it. They found his scripts in Egypt.
Yeah.
And Thomas talks about how the connection was between Jesus Christ and God itself. Jesus Christ the real meaning is, I mean, the first name is Jesus, but the second name is not, the last name is not Christ. The fact that it's Christ is because that is the biggest homework that we have as humankind, to gain a Christ consciousness. And the only way we can obtain that consciousness is by loving, the true meaning of loving, the true meaning of compassion. And this is through every living creature, not just us, between humans. It's between animals. Humans, we have a big karma. We have a big karma with animals. This is why nowadays we see that millennials, they don't want to have kids. They rather have a dog, or they rather have cats. And you know what? It's completely fine. We see a lot of these millennials that they love their dogs as almost as they love their children, our children. And that's the beautiful thing we see now. But it's also a part of the karmatic situation that we have as humankind, because we have been very unhuman with animals. We have been very unhuman with women, and very unhuman with our earth, with our plants. So I think one of the biggest karmas that we need to heal, with no doubt, is the one that we have with the animals. And this is why I believe that there is a lot of activism and veganism, because now we're trying to do our best to protect them.
Excuse me, I just had an almond in my throat. I'm vegan.
It's okay. Don't worry. But yeah, I'll go ahead and write this, the name of this philosopher by the name of the founder of this amazing organization that I grew up with. And I have no regrets, because I do feel like back in my life, I definitely pick up my parents, which they were already involved in this organization. And that's a family that I had from past lives.
Beautiful.
If I may, Myra, you are so right on about that. Our karma with the animals, I don't even know how we're going to even repay what we've done and what we're continuing to do. You know, I see it every day about how, we can't say we're sorry enough. If you, I don't know if you have been to bear witness with the animals or do vigils or whatever, but boy, it's like, hi Ray. Yeah.
I think everybody's got an obligation to do it at least once, even if you're vegan. A lot of people say, well, I'm already vegan, I don't need to do that. You do. It changes your activism, changes your
Do what?
association with the animals. To bear witness in this context is to, with the Save movement, to go to a slaughterhouse, to the gates where the trucks, transports are coming in, and bear witness to the animals on their last day.
Or even go to where the calves are being held because they're taken from their mothers for the milk and put in crates, and they just are sick and starving to death. And there's not enough we can do to make up for what we've done to them. There's just no way. But the only way we can do it is to stop it.
This is why we're here. I think we all have that same purpose of trying to stop this one way or another, and not only for the animals, but for ourselves, for new generations, for Mother Earth, for everything. It is a big commitment that we have, and there's no turning back. There's only going forward. I always, sometimes I lay on my bed and I say, oh my gosh, today I just don't want to be dealing with those people that are so unconscious about still eating meat and just not getting the point. But then I'm like, you know what? It doesn't matter. If I change the belief and putting the truth in at least 2 or 3 people, I think I did enough. And if those 3 people already got the point and already got connected with the fact that they realized that we were never meant to eat meat, medically wise, scientifically wise, in every way, then I jump into another 3 people. It's like addicting. It's addicting because once you stop taking all this, trying to take away all this type of ways of eating styles that we are having programmed for generations and generations, and all of a sudden somebody became vegan, and you see them that they have a more peaceful, even the way they see you, the way they talk to you, they're like cows. We come like a river of animals, so calm, so peaceful, like we don't get into arguments. That's when we start realizing that those people are really starting to have that change, because I mean, it's just beautiful. The whole background of it is, it's just not veganism. This is why I keep on telling people, it's not just veganism. It's spiritual. It's the true meaning of spirituality. Is the true meaning of who you really are. Jesus said it on one of his scriptures. He said it, I did all this. He was healing people. He was a healer. He said, I did all this. You guys can do this and even more. And we can. We just have to really understand that this is not about ego. This is not about trying to have someone change the way they have been programmed. No, what I do with the people that I get to know, I always start by giving them yoga classes. And I'm not gonna lie, by giving them yoga classes, after 2 months, they want to go back into the place where they used to eat their chicken or their meat or whatever, and they start to smell what meat really smells like. Their senses are closed. They're closed before they start having this type of disciplines. And it's amazing. It's truly beautiful and amazing once you start to realize that when you start eating the right things, when you start eating foods of light, food of photosynthesis, then you start emerging into another dimension. I'm going to say it like that, another dimension of light. You're in that path. you're helping on other people gaining that same path.
It is said that going vegan is an awakening on so many levels. So yeah, down to your core.
I have a question, and it's probably going to be a little provocative, but Amira, maybe, or Myra, maybe you could kind of address this. So I've been in close connection with Native American tribes here on the Northwest Coast, mainly the Tsimshian, the Tlingit, and the Haida people. These are deeply reverential and spiritual people. They're very connected to Mother Earth. They care about Mother Earth. What they do is about protecting and caring for Mother Earth. They fish and they hunt, and that has been their traditional way for millennium. They do fast before they hunt. They use prayer and ceremony, and they ask for the animal to sacrifice itself to them. And they're still practicing this, and they have a direct connection with the animal kingdom. They don't refer to whales as whales. They say whale people, tree people, eagle people. So they honor them. And so I'm just wondering how this fits into veganism. I mean, I don't eat meat myself. I don't eat fish either. That's a choice I made. I'm not First Nations. And I try to protect animals, including the wildlife around us. I'm confrontational about people, with people who shoot raccoons in the neighborhood, etc. So I'm very much an advocate that way, but I really am not convinced that with certain tribes that they will want to go vegan or need to go vegan. So I'm just kind of interested to get your feedback on that. Thanks.
Well, if I may, want to and need to, that's two different things. But yeah, tradition is a tough one. I am part Cherokee and Portuguese. And so I do have a background in my lineage of traditions. And that was something that I had to overcome in my own conditioning, because it really tradition stems in conditioning. We are brought onto this earth and we are conditioned by the people before us, and so on and so on and so on. It goes down, it's handed down from so many generations. And it becomes so powerful that, you know, it really truly is just basic conditioning. I mean, we have to, on some level, learn how to think for ourselves and make conscious choices for ourselves. And I had to, on my spiritual path, break away from what we call the small family. And that didn't mean leave my mother, my father, my brothers, my sisters, or whatever. It meant that I let go of whatever it was that I identified with in myself, or that I thought was who I was, because I bought their belief systems, their traditions, or whatever. Christmas is one of them. I gave up Christmas because I don't buy the commercialism of it all. Anyways, so it's really a matter of wanting to evolve consciously, and not just, I always refer to it, and now that I'm a vegan, it's a hard term to use, but part of the herd. I broke away from the social herd as far as traditions go, because it's just, they're not working. I mean, the bottom line is they're not working here on Earth. They're just not working anymore. And I think as far as collective consciousness goes, I mean, I think we really have to, everybody has to delve down into their essence and their deep, their being, and find out what's right for them, not just follow traditions. I think traditions can be broken. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I think that what's really important is, bottom line is, for me, is I can't see, no animal on this planet will say, slit my throat for your tradition. It's not going to happen. You know, so I mean, I think in reality we have to look at it in that way, and that we have to also, the speciesism, that's what part of my activism is all about, breaking down speciesism, because it's like, you know, thinking that one is more powerful, you know, or dominant than the other, and that's not the way it should be, and that's not the way we're going to continue on. If we continue on, it's just not going to work that way. We have to all look out for each other, and like I said, there's not one animal on this planet that's going to walk up to you and say, okay, I get your tradition, cut my throat, let's do it. You know, so I think we have to kind of, and that's kind of, maybe that's being a little too direct and callous even, but really in reality, I mean, I think we really have to, you know, to see it for what it is, because that's what it is. You know, if you actually see cows lined up to go into the slaughterhouse, into the, you know, the killing floor, you're going to see them fight. You're going to see them trying, they can't turn around. It's hard to, but then you're going to see them go absolutely crazy to get out of there. They smell it. They know what's happening. They're not stupid. So it's like, you know, this is what, you know, we have to somehow get across, you know, this higher consciousness of being. I personally don't believe in anything that supports taking a life, taking from anybody, taking anything from anybody, whether it's the milk, the eggs, the honey. I mean, I think we talk about higher consciousness. I think we really have to really look at that, and what does that mean? Because it's like, we have no right, we don't have any right to take from our spouses, our children, we don't have any right to own anything or anybody, you know? So I don't know. Anyways, I don't want to be long-winded, but that's just my take on it. So
Sarah.
I put a link on there in the chat to a talk done by Margaret Robinson. She was a professor at University of Toronto, and she made the recording. She now lives on the East Coast, and she's half of the Mi'kmaq tribe, and she's come exploring that space of being Indigenous and deciding to be vegan, and whether being vegan means that she's being decidedly hostile or even, you know, indifferent to her culture. If she engages in veganism, does that mean she's not First Nations anymore? And of course, the answer is no. She did a lot of research into the studies that into the stories of her culture, like Melissa was talking about. That was a lot of it is exactly that kind of mythology of explaining the brotherhood between humans and the animals in nature and the animals that they eat. So there's very specific mythology that deals with that. So she talks about it for a while, and I've notated with I've put all my notes in the comments column, so you can kind of jump to all the different parts where she talks about different myths and so forth. I've invited her to take part in the block party. Hopefully we can maybe we can schedule a time for our next Friday or some Friday.
I'd also like to comment, if I may, really quick. I'm a little sad, I guess I'll say, that Patricia left the meeting the minute Dharmendra showed up. I don't know how this is going to play out with this block party, but she felt that Dharmendra was too harsh today with Alan Savory. And I didn't pick up on that at all. I thought that Dharmendra was just Dharmendra and being very clear about where, you know, about stuff. But so I feel sad that, I don't know. Anyways, I just had to express that. I feel very sad that she just split the scene. Anyway, because I think if we're all getting real here, that, I mean, it's not that anybody was being rude or cussing or calling names or accusing or doing anything, but just really pointing stuff out. And I think, I mean, where do we draw the line on that in this group? I mean, how expressive can we be? How sensitive do we have to be? I mean, I just kind of want to know the rules up front, I guess, because I'm really an outspoken person, to say the least. But so I want to address that as well.
Yeah, thank you, Amira. So Patricia typed in a comment before she left that she had to go for a walk before it got totally dark there, since she's in Arkansas, and hopefully she'll be back. From what I picked up, it was just very coincidental that she was heading for a walk. And I know she loves Dharmendra, or at least that's my perception from. I mean,
update just to validate, because Amir's isn't a person who just makes stuff up. But after I was done doing my thing with Alan and pointing out so many of the loopholes and fallacies and false assumptions that I saw in all of whatever was going on there, she said a few things about her us getting along with everybody, which I thought, yeah, that's great. She said, and then I said to her, because it was about getting in alignment with Alan, and I said, where I come from, out of the vegan synergy mind consciousness, I'm already in alignment with Alan. I'm just waiting for him to catch up with that. It's really where I'm coming from with it. I'm not out of alignment with the guy. I'm already there. I mean, I'm in alignment with everything. It's like, put up whatever resistance you want. I can wait forever. I don't care. But then I said to her very straightforwardly, don't judge a book by its cover. And she said, I prefer to talk to you about this privately. And so I went private with her, and I sent her a message, and I said, I really respect and appreciate your depth of sensitivity and loving kindness, Patricia. And I said, in all your, I don't remember it exactly, but I said, in all your acceptance of all of us, do you accept my way of being in this? And she just straight out dissed me and said, no, I do not accept what you did. And so that's probably why Amira felt that the timing was kind of interesting when I arrived. Because that's what happens sometimes when you really get honest and real, and you kind of cut across, without filters, and you just say it like it is. Sometimes you're going to get people who have a certain conception of what's appropriate behavior. But I think what appropriate behavior is, more than anything else, is being conscious and aware of the situation you're in and responding accordingly, not according to somebody else's desire for how they would have you behave, because they see the world as through a certain lens of let's all get along, unless you don't agree with what I think of getting along is, and then of course I don't accept you. That to me is kind of that doesn't make sense. It's kind of contradictory. So I just wanted to share that. But just on another note, really quickly, because of what was being discussed about small family and tradition and animals, the small family and what a tribe is and a tradition is just a bigger version of a small family. And it can exist for thousands of years, isolated from modern culture and all the advancements that happen in modern culture. And in that, it can harbor and nest a lot of shadows, because we all know in the families we come up with, we got a lot of shadows from those families. And so in a traditional tribe-like, formation, you just have a bigger version of a family with a lot more people spreading a lot more shadows around, because that's the way it's always been done. And really, there's no other reason. It's just always been done that way. We don't know any other way. That's just the way we do it. So when people come in from the outside with the collective or an individual unique point of view that could actually, progress some of the behavior patterns and respect life even more than it's been done until then, it's perceived as kind of hostile and, it's kind of scary to the tribe, because, oh my God, something's coming in and trying to change what we've done forever and ever and ever, But it could be a gift, but shadows are a hard thing to get out of, as we all know, until you become aware of them and you start to see them. And I'm speaking obviously to those of you who, and most of you have, done the Gene Keys work of shadow gifts to the evolution of consciousness kind of work, where we're working to learn how to accelerate our consciousness intentionally, so that when we get into situations that are challenging, we can remember ourselves enough to make that choice to do it then and there. Because we may come up with a response we never came up with before that may transform the situation in a way that we didn't expect, which was kind of a hard thing to try and explain to Alan today when I talked about consciousness. And he asked me to try and, delineate that when, well, if by law, if you're evolving consciousness, you don't know where that's going to go. It's like asking a cat how a human behaves. The cat's going to look at you and go, how the hell do I know? That's an evolved consciousness beyond my consciousness. I couldn't possibly describe a lot of what a human does. In certain respects, a cat could teach us a lot of things too, in terms of evolution, in the way it moves, just for instance, and the way how its self-awareness is amazing. But, just because I don't want to subtly dip into speciesism there, I mean, the cat has as much to teach us as we have to teach a cat. So just to kind of throw that angle of it in too, about traditional fixations on a tribal level, that it's just a bigger version of a small family where so many neuroses are brewed across the planet.
I think it's quite complex. I think, Michael, you were talking about trauma and collective trauma. And First Nations people certainly do have collective trauma. They've lived genocide and still is undergoing genocide and great prejudice and racism directed at them. Their land has been taken. And so there is this, I think, them coming back into their way of life, their traditions now. There's kind of been this renaissance. But I just wanted to not focus too much on that, but I wanted to mention it. But we've also witnessed something extraordinary, which is the Lummi tribe, who are between Bellingham and Canada, they're fishermen. They've actually been taking live Chinook salmon and letting them free in front of the orca whales who are starving to death. So they're using their skill set, which usually feeds the tribe, to feed the orca whales, because that is their principal food. I just wanted to mention that, because Dharmendra, you're talking about surprise behavior, coming out of necessity, where we're now working towards helping species survive that are other than human species, whether it's changing our diet or redirecting food sources to animals.
One way I describe conscious evolution is through the consideration of how we balance things across all levels. Like what you're describing, Melissa, is these people doing a conscious action to bring more balance to a part of themselves, which is in another species, in an ecosystem that was designed in that specific way. So they're being conscious to bring balance. And so then that balance is either, are we coming into more balance within ourselves at any level, like becoming a vegan, or becoming someone who does not eat animals and eats a whole food, plant-based diet, I find brings more balance into my physical health, and that supports my psychological health. Being balanced financially, being balanced in my relationships. I think that that balance begins within. Even I also extended to consider the word meaning. I think a lot about meaning and write a lot about meaning. Just this word itself. What is meaning? And the word meaning has the word mean in it. Not mean as an angry mean, but mean as an average mean. Mathematically, when you make a mean average, you're finding the balance across a diversity of data points. So meaning is the balancing everywhere, anything. And I think perhaps you can consider that at the most deepest fundamental levels of what we are, who we are, we're just that. That's what intelligence does. Intelligence makes a differentiation across a field of differences. Is that what consciousness is? Consciousness is the ability to balance things at incredibly subtle levels and increasingly broader levels outside of us. You know what I mean?
Well, and that balance allows for an exchange of substances that isn't possible without that balance. So you get so much more exchange of information, exchange of substances, exchange of energies in ways that can help proliferate all kinds of positive outcomes that otherwise wouldn't even be possible, because a lot of the energy in an imbalanced scenario is just to get back to balance. So that's a very essential point. I agree with you totally on that, Michael. I think of it also as a movement artist. The concept of balance is so critical in moving in a Tai Chi format or something. The whole concept is about balancing out of the center, but having so many moving parts all around that center. And the deeper you get into it, the circles of balance, starting from the center and then moving out to different layers of your body, and then eventually beyond your body into people around you, and then eventually into your greater environment and into different fields of knowledge. And it all extends out from that balance, what I call centering essence, which is another key principle that comes forth in expressing accelerated collective evolution in the way that we're working with shadows, gifts, and siddhis. If you're familiar with Gene Keys, you know what I'm talking about.
I've actually worked with Gene Keys. I helped build some of their archetypal software.
Yeah, cool. Excellent. So you know Richard, you worked with him.
I worked directly with him a couple of years ago on the
Excellent
GeneKeys.net website. And
nice.
Great. I've read the whole book. It's a great book.
Yeah. And there's so much about that imbalance, and that, well, the 50th Gene Key is all about equilibrium that ultimately reaches harmony, where you get so attuned to the necessary equilibrium, you can even get to the very edge of imbalance to bring things into an even greater balance. That comes from a lot of deeper movement training that you work on that stuff. Because when you start to work with other people, the whole concept is to try and unbalance each other and to see if you really have a center and really are balanced. And then you become more and more centered and more imbalanced with more and more things. And it just extends out. You can take it from any direction. I'm sure through art, there's another way to look at that. Through graphic design or sacred geometry, there's beautiful examples of art in balance, art out of balance. And sometimes going out of balance points out things about shadows that help us to understand the way the world works and maybe possibly generate new ways of bringing balance into those out of balance situations. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a very inspirational topic. I mean, I agree with you 100%. I mean, all the levels of awakening have something to do with balance. First, finding out how out of balance you are, then coming into balance in each of your centers. You're thinking, you're feeling, and you're moving, and then becoming conscious of balance at all times, and then eventually perfecting your balance to where you're constantly in that state of finding balance. But it's become second nature. You're not actually having to mind it anymore with mindfulness. It's become more of a revelation every moment of how you can find balance anew in each situation, through any context, through any avenue, not just even thinking, feeling. It could be intuition, it could be insight, it could be revelation, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, balance is a key critical element that, especially for us humans who are inhabiting a body that everything is based on balance, chemical reactions, all of it. So much of it, our psychological states and everything.
And speaking of this situation, I wasn't there for the situation. Whatever happened earlier, it doesn't even really matter what happened. Mm-hmm. Because it's like these things happen in our groups of conflict, tension, chat. We're still developing language for it. Mm-hmm. I heard something interesting a few days ago in a different conversation I was having about this, that it could be a universal way of looking at any kind of tension or stress in our reality, whether we're feeling it in ourselves, like we get in a situation where we feel stressed, or with someone else, feeling stress. But the way of looking at it was like this: is that that tension happens whenever we are applying meaning to something that is unreal. Meaning, and by that kind of meaning, I mean giving significance to, giving value to something. So if we have a valuable association to something, we're making meaning out of it, and if that thing is unreal, meaning what's most real? What is most real? You know, the continual question.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's relative too, it can be relative, meaning, you know, people are having a conversation, and as there's deepening levels of meaning and reality coming through of what's the greatest sense of reality, and that may naturally create tension because people's associations to something else real can clarify.
Yeah, it's really important to understand the meaning behind the words used in describing something, and whether people understand your objective use of a word or they have a subjective spin on it. Because then you're immediately going into what exactly you're talking about, and then you lose the thread of the meaning because you've already interpreted according to, well, let's go back to your conditioning, to your tribe, the origin or root of where you came from. So it's nice how this is interweaving. Yes, and so the depth of that's a good thing about what is real. Well, one of the things we can base that on is objectivity. Is it objectively verifiable by more than just yourself? Can the collective verify what you're what you're expressing? And then at the same time, that could also be a collective hypnosis if it's an idea or an ideology or something, such as Christianity. We'll use an example. Which isn't to put down on Christianity, it's just to use an example. There can be a collective hypnosis about that, and a subtle group agreement about what goes and what doesn't go, that may not reflect the reality of the rest of the planet, and also may not reflect a lot of observable things that we all can agree upon that are real in our experience. That a lot of people who may be Christian may just hold as a belief pattern, a fixation of a pattern about the way things are, rather than, really questioning and looking deeply into those, fervently held beliefs that they've been so repeatedly, imprinted with the positive assertion whenever it comes up, to believe that way, to see it that way, to be convinced that this is the way reality is. And then you lose the meaning in the and that's where that leads into meaninglessness and the emptiness that people feel inside, which can in the end be a good thing, because it can drive people to want to go beyond the surface of things and penetrate into what is real, and start to look at and break through a lot of the behavior patterns and mindsets they've been given subtly in so many different ways. And start to sit with themselves in silence maybe a lot, and start to inquire into their experience, which is a great way to, if you're familiar with the diamond work of Almaas, he's got some incredible stuff with Space Cruiser Inquiry, and the power drive, the hyperdrive, and the superluminal, and just what that implies. It's the same as the Shadow of the Gith and Siddha. It's the same. I've studied so many systems based on my own experience first, and then later to try and verify it in the world out there. So is it objective, or am I just some subjective fool who's got all these experiences and thinking he knows something? So I verified in many different systems, but then eventually it got creative for me to see, well, how do they cross track? How can I translate those the depth of essential experience in the diamond work with the way the Gene Keys expresses its spectrum of consciousness? And by the way, does that have any relationship to the Hasidic Kabbalah? And what about the Zen tradition of the 10 cent bulls? And what if we shift over into the Sufis and go with the the 7 valleys? How does all that cross track? And I think that it's very useful, not so much in standing there talking about these things as if I know something, but in giving us so many more tools to go into and uncover people's conditioning and their shadows, because there's so many different ways that people see it, and they're not even aware of the conditioning that they've been given. And everything of work on ourselves and consciousness growth comes from culture, and culture in the sense of conscious transmission. Anything else is just our, trial and error of us human savages trying to survive. But culture is a whole different thing. It requires that meaning you talk about. It requires that balance and finding the balance, because it's only through the balance that things grow. That balance between too tight and too loose, right in that space in there, that's where things grow. That's where the meaning is. And too tight or too loose. And I used to think of it in yoga early on when I was into yoga. I don't do yoga anymore now. It's more Tai Chi. But when you would stretch and you come to that place where it got just a little too much and you back off of it a hair. So it's not that it's totally comfortable, but it's not uncomfortable. And that's the place where the muscles elongate and grow. And that's the meaning right there that you find between the tension and the relaxation. And so, yeah, I mean, you're really hitting. I mean, I've obviously you've you didn't just discover this yesterday, or you wouldn't bring up terms like that with such density of meaning, if you know what I mean. There's a lot of density of meaning in terms like that. And using the word meaning again, no pun intended. But that just lends itself very well, density of meaning, because it includes so much experience that we have across so many different, fields of application. It's just, it opens up all kinds of things. I mean, you can really go crazy with that in a fun way, in a really cool way.
Yeah. Density of meaning. That's an interesting term too. And I've also come up with something I call symmetry of meaning. Meaning, if we've ever experienced a synchronicity, when there's this unexplained, what Jung calls an acausal meaningful event.
Yeah.
Just had a dream. You wake up in the morning, you think about a cat jumping through a hoop, and then that day you're driving on the highway and you see a picture of like a cat jumping through a hoop. What are the chances of that? You can't explain how the connection between them, yet it's a meaningful connection. What's he calls a causal connection principle. I call that symmetry of meaning too. That's also what we're going for. And I think this relates to your question much earlier, Jamin, around this like language, or what I call super semiotic, meaning that in some ways it's this idea of balance and integrity, that it begins with the individual. We balance our body, we balance our psychology, and then we have more capacity to grow our consciousness beyond us, to participate in the balancing of systems outside of us, whether it's in relationships or whether it's in whales, right? And we can continue to develop that capacity outwards. And then as a collective, we come together. We build then stronger communities who operate with collective intelligence, and we find greater balance and integrity as a single body in that collective. And then we keep going further out to even the meaning level of beyond, like of finding symmetry of meaning, where I think that's what I propose. This just comes from research I was doing years ago. I came with this idea that that's kind of what the universe wants. It wants symmetry of meaning. It wants balancing across these really vast landscapes of meaning, and that's what we're going towards. And and that we come together like this, as James is providing us, to work it out and get all our vocabulary straight. And there's a lot of work to do, but we're getting there, getting to symmetry of meaning.
I like your symmetry of meaning because it makes me think of the third force, the neutralizing force, that is the actual doing of the yin and the yang, the positive and the negative. When they come together, they have to find a meaning somehow, and it creates a friction. But out of that friction, there's a learning how to find the harmony, and in that harmony is that symmetry of meaning. I for some reason I was seeking for a moment and really just being open to wait for something to arrive about, because it's a new term for me, symmetry of meaning, but it makes total sense. It's got the right design, I guess you could say. Right. And so it rung true, but then I just saw it. That's the third force, the neutralizing force, as Gurdjieff, the Russian mystic who did some incredible stuff to bring the Enneagram into the world through the Sufis. And a lot of people turned it into personality typing, but what he did with it was a whole different process of describing and teaching people about how the stages of involution and evolution work. So that's a beautiful term, symmetry of meaning. Again, a lot of density of meaning in that,
Right.
in that symmetry of meanings that
Right.
has a lot of beautiful stuff. But neutralizing force, that's what essence is too. That's what essence stands between the mind and the body. It stands between the ego and the heart. It stands between compassion and I guess you could call it willful ignorance. I mean, there's got to be a bridge in every single case. Somewhere there's got to be something, that neutralizing force, that can find a symmetry between both sides, because that's a dance of existence. That's a dance of life. It's all about that balance between the two sides, and finding the symmetry allows the communication to begin. It allows the interchange of information to happen. It allows the dance.
Right. That's a good point. Yeah. So the symmetry meeting creates that neutralizing force for empathy and compassion and understanding to flow.
You know, I really like what you're saying about this.
Terminology is, especially when it's a beautiful term like that, symmetry. That's a beautiful word anyway. It's such a beautiful word. And there's so many types of symmetry, just in the simplest sense of radial symmetry, or I don't even know the other names, but there's so many types of symmetry that just in the pure geometry sense. Parallel symmetry, nesting symmetry. There's so many different kinds of symmetry.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But the exchange of information, the neutralizing force that brings the needed resources to both sides, so that they can, so that anything can happen. Everything happens through that symmetry. I don't think anything would happen without the symmetry. That's exactly how it. Mm-hmm. It's like the middle of the hourglass at the smallest point, where if you think of it as disappearing into an infinitesimal disappearing, vanishing point right in the middle between the sand coming up and the sand going down. And right in that point there, that's where it all blends and meets and exchanges and creates meaning. It creates meaning. Mm-hmm. The symmetry is kind of like the essential impetus to allow the meaning to unfold itself.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to ask a question of Michael.
Yeah.
In a basic nutshell, what is your sole purpose this lifetime? I find you fascinating. That's why I ask.
It's a continual, thank you for asking. It's a continual question I ask myself, and currently this is the way I articulate it, is that I'm here to utilize my ability for discernment, to make meaning of things, to help others become more sensitive, more sensitive to things in general, particularly just new ways of thinking of things.
That's a really nice way to put it. I like that.
Yeah. New ways of thinking of things, new ways of feeling into things, just increasing our sensitivity, because it's by that sensitivity, by increasing it, it can be infinitely increased.
Now, see, the reason I ask you this, I'm not going to cut you off, but I get you. And, Ray can relate to this. We need that in the movement to awaken people to address sentient beings and respect them and stop all this nonsense that's happening on the violence. And, I always say, a lot of people think that, I'm not going to name names. I've got one on my mind because I listen to them all day pretty much. But anyways, that defends the consumption of meat, but yet claims to love all animals. I had a real freaking problem with that, okay? I always do. It's been there forever, whatever. I don't need to get over it. It's there. But the deal is that, it's just really the bottom line of, again, I'm going to say it, and I said it like 10 minutes ago, I think, of we don't have any right to take from anything or anyone, period. We don't have the freaking right. And how do we get that across? How do we wake people up to get that? Because guess what? yeah, I was pretty fucked up in my life, but for the most part, I got some really good gifts from my parents, and they were to have integrity, to be strong, to use my voice when it was really needed, and don't worry about what people think. Because sometimes you got to shake the world a little bit because it's sound asleep. You know, but the bottom line is, that's a tough one. You know, people don't want to. I listen to a man say, I eat a lot of meat every week. And I'm like, but that ain't you. That's not yours. And it wasn't yours to take. You can't just help yourself to somebody's fucking leg. Excuse my French, but seriously. That rubs me fine when I can't, and I felt so frustrated listening to it. And I got to tell you, you know, the way that the world is right now, there's a lot of freaking loudmouth, blowhard, egotistical motherfuckers out there running it and fucking everything up. And so I don't really trust everybody that's put on a pedestal, because I've heard the other side of some of these so-called famous people who have done all this research and done this kind of shit. I've heard the other side. And it's, you know, we have to, it's not about busting anybody. It's about getting real and getting the facts and going from there and getting clear and quit. You know, this is nonsense, what's happening on this planet. It's nonsense. The suffering is nonsense, and there's no goddamn excuse for it, period. And we got to be done with this. And my question today to this certain person who was 75 years old, anyways, that's all I'm going to say. No naming names, but really, I heard some things come out of his mouth that I was like, really? That is like so prehistoric mentality. And why are you not open to anything new? And it was like, you know, this guy had this arrogant attitude of, I'm the end all be all, I know it all. You're not going to change my mind. You're not going to like me. It's my way or no way. And that's what I got. And Silas Rao got that, and I won't name other people, but a lot of people got that. People had to tune out because they were just, you know, we put certain people on a pedestal because they claim to have done something in this world. There's a ton of them. That's why our freaking planet is so messed up. Because we trust all these people that claim to have something, and they don't, and they're bullshitting us, or they just don't know, or they don't want to know. And it's like, you know, that, and I know I'm not alone, because there was some messaging, private messaging going on between me and other people during this whole thing, saying the same thing, and people just had to get out. And I, you know, yeah, anyway. There's my...
There's your shadow.
There's my...
For the day, about that.
Shadow for the day. That's a nice broadcast.
Well, you have to... Go ahead.
Well, you know, I don't know the details of who you're talking about, and it doesn't really concern me too much. But regarding the, you know, with what's happening with the animals, you know, I have a story to share about that, of how I made that transition. It also involves my father. Like, it's interesting. Like, I've been in this conversation for decades. Okay, like back in 2003, I was working on a project around the 6th mass extinction of species. For 3 years, I was focused on creating websites and multimedia around this very activist movement to bring more attention.
You have my attention.
To people, and this is 2003, okay? So this is, you know, at that time it was worse. No one even knew what the real scope of the loss of biodiversity was back then. And it was relatively, there was a relatively small group of people who really had, you know, lucid understanding of it. And I was involved with a group like that, and we were very angry and pissed. And you know what? At the same time, I was eating chicken burritos. I was, right? Right? And I was still eating chicken burritos for years after that, and all kinds of other things too. So, you know, it's interesting. I've been in this conversation around consciousness and animal rights for a long time, and yet I was still somehow able to be a contradiction in this way. Interestingly, and I've been for years I was doing this, and I'm often speaking to people about all these issues and stuff in the planet. My father is a very different man. He was in the Navy and in the military, and very conservative guy. I think he voted for Bush 2 times and stuff like this. He's still a nice guy, but very, very different worldview than I. And he knew what I was about, and he also knew I eat very healthy. And so he began to kind of pay attention to how I was eating more healthy, because I looked so much more healthy, in my years. But so interestingly, just this last year at the end of 2019, I went to visit my father in Phoenix for Christmas, and he was freaking vegan. I arrived at my dad's house like 10 years ago. If I went to Phoenix to visit my dad, on the way back from the airport, he would swing by McDonald's to get a Big Mac. And I'd be trying to sitting next to him going, Dad, you have no idea how bad that
And by the way, to add to your story, I live outside of Phoenix now.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Maybe you can go have a vegan burger with my dad. So, or, what they call the non-meat burgers, whatever. But the point is, it was so cool because here I arrived in Phoenix just a couple of months ago. And at that point, I really got the vegan thing a couple of years ago when I understood this concept, especially that of how critical it is that just this, everything else aside, just the fact that we're slaughtering billions of sentient beings every year on this planet. We have a macro holocaust happening every year on this planet, is adding so much to the psychic field.
The animal holocaust is the largest holocaust in history and still continues.
So I was aware of that a few years ago. I got really cognizant of that. I was like, wow, I have to really try to challenge this.
Oh, thank you.
And I did. So I started. I exited beef from my diet. I exited chicken from my diet. But then I was still eating I was still eating salmon and feta cheese and things like this because I believed, because of my blood type and blah 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 blah, I needed these certain nutrients.
Right.
I was when I arrived at Phoenix, I was still eating salmon and feta cheese, and I was having some health issues still. And it was my father who I arrived, and he's fully not just vegan, because there's a difference between veganism and a whole food plant-based diet.
There's a huge, it's worlds apart.
I know vegan people out there who are eating junk vegan food. Okay, so but the point is, he was eating a whole food plant-based diet that does not include meat. And I sat with him, and for over the course of a week, we watched video after video on this. We watched all the movies, The Game Changers, and these great
right
on these Arnold Schwarzenegger, who's fully vegan now, and all these
James Cameron, the greatest vegan director ever.
So by the end of the trip, my dad was the one who did it. We watched it, we watched a few videos that showed me the science behind what happens in the gut biome.
Exactly.
Meat.
Yep.
It's a freaking no-brainer once you understand that.
Yeah.
So that's when I flipped. And isn't it beautiful? But the point is even me, how was I so conditioned for so long?
We were weaned on it. I mean, we were turned on.
I have a lot of compassion still. I have a lot of compassion for anyone who's still in that I know, I can't I mean, it's all good.
You know what? And that's a great thing. We do have to continue our compassion for anybody in it or not in it. But the bottom line is we cannot, I hear so many people say, you vegans got to deliver it a certain way. But guess what? The world doesn't work like that. Humanity doesn't work like that. Every group or every whatever is going to deliver however they do. There's going to, God damn it, there's freaking priests in the Catholic Church raping kids. And then there might be some good ones, okay? So it doesn't matter what you're a part of. There's always going to be something fucked up in it. And there's always going to be something really good in it. So you make the choice. Make the choice of what's good and what's not. And to me,
I think we've collectively made the choice after this week with my dad and looking at what's happening, especially that movie, The Game Changers.
Yeah, that was.
We have all these celebrities who are going to be on.
Oh, Joaquin Phoenix, my hero.
And walking all these celebrities who are now speaking about it, and then we're going to get the younger generations hearing them. I think it's rolling. I think within a decade or
Well, that's
two.
what Silas Rao is talking about. We are game bust. I'm telling you, I have been vegan. I've been vegan for over 8 years, but I was vegetarian before that. I actually first went vegan in 1986, and we'll just leave it at that. I won't go into details, but anyways, I had my slips. But I've been strong vegan for over 8 years, and I did not change my consciousness evolved when I became vegan. And by the way, if I sound funny, I do have a little cold. It's a little weird here in Phoenix, but anyways, when I went vegan, I had been on a spiritual path, Michael. I'm going to speak to you for a moment. I'm not going to go too long-winded into my story, but I sought out a spiritual path of awakening about 1985. Yeah, or actually before that, but it really started to happen then. And I decided to go to India and do all kinds of stuff and, blah, 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 meditate and do everything. But it wasn't until I actually, and after, we're talking 30 years plus since that happened, to now, and when I went vegan, my awakening like blew up. When I made the conscious choice, when I said, I will no longer support cruelty to another sentient being. And the funny part about that is I want to stop the murder of, I dare a man to go into the fucking woods and tackle a bear and bleed it out and eat it with his own teeth. Okay? That's not the way it's happening. We are dominating. Humanity is dominating that whole species, all animals, and taking what we want from them and just fucking destroying, just fucking them around. And it's just really a drag. And, we consider ourselves to be the more dominant, the more superior of the species of animals. We are not. We behave so much lower than animals because animals are the one true beings that walk this earth and are in full harmony naturally with nature. They don't question it. They just be in it. That is why I respect animals, and we have a whole lot to learn from them. They don't owe us nothing. We owe them everything because they are the true knowledge. They are the secret to the source. They're the ones that are going to get us to follow the rivers and the nature. It's not the other way around. We fucked it up for how many years? Seriously? And that's why I get very passionate and very loud, because that's a reality, and we better catch on quick or kiss your fucking ass goodbye. I'm done.
I'd like to add on to that something that I think in this context might get missed very easily, is that growing up in the womb of our mother and starting as a little seed and going through every single life form to become eventually, because science has showed all the different stages and how so similar they are to other life forms, embryos, all the different stages we go through. So we literally are not just on some metaphorical level, but literally, physically, chemically, structurally, every single animal that's come before us. So just a funny kind of sort of dark humor thought to think about, but eating animals is cannibalism. We're basically eating stuff that built us. So it's a form of cannibalism, maybe in a spectral kind of way. I mean, in terms of a spectrum. But it's just, I just think that gets passed by, and to me, just that thought alone is kind of, interesting.
We're mushrooms. We're literally our deepest biological ancestor is mycelia.
Mm-hmm.
Every organism on this planet has that in common.
Mm-hmm.
Our great mother goes back to the mycelium.
Cool. so that was fun. But and then on another note, this symmetry is kind of ringing through me now, and I'm starting to see maybe a possible, and it clicks into Jamin and the way I like to call it. I mean, I respect the super intelligence way of calling it, but I'll just call it multi-dimensional communication network, I guess you could say, because to me that's what it comes across as. But this symmetry thing, it's like, even in facing an animal, if you were in a space of symmetry, I don't think you could take the life of an animal that you didn't even, even if you did all the prayers and stuff and everything, and assumed that just because you asked the animal's being, if it, can you sacrifice yourself for us? It's not like you really waited for an answer from the animal. I mean, come on, really. That's just some way to cover up a dirty act with holy pretensions. Pretentious acts. I mean, to me, that's all that tradition stuff. I mean, it might have had some validity years and years ago, because there was no other type of way they could develop their spirituality, and since sex and death are so intertwined, and it kind of takes you to a deeper place anyway through both of those avenues. I could understand. There's an understanding there, and maybe there was just a misinterpretation on what death was and how you could have a relationship to it, and maybe there was sheer necessity, and they had to eat something. And so, I mean, that was the only way to survive at the time. But with the modern technology, we could get food anywhere at any time. If the compassion was there and the transformation of consciousness of humanity was there, we'd figure it out, and we'd network it all to those remote, desertified places. But on the other hand, the symmetry thing, it's just like, that seems to me like a doorway into anybody you connect with. You're always going to find that there's something in opposition between you and another person. There's always something that's going to bug you about somebody else, no matter how much you like them. But if you
on that note, I'm going to interrupt you, but no. You're perfect. You said it, and I'm going to nail it. I've been following this pretty much all day, and I had to bite my tongue, like, for a good majority of the process today, because I just didn't want to cause waves. I wanted to be freaking honest, but I just didn't want to, make a disruption. Not the right place. We're not in front of Costco. Anyways, so, I'm appreciating this, and I just wanted to acknowledge we had somebody just join us. Hi, Sanjay.
Welcome.
How are you?
Oh, you're on mute, Sanjay. You're on mute, but there you go.
Hi, this is Sanjay from Tokyo, Japan.
Nice.
Wow, cool.
Tokyo. Awesome.
Tokyo, Japan.
Tokyo in the house. Awesome. Welcome, Sanjay.
I've been to Narita. Outside of Tokyo.
All right.
Carry on, Sanjay. Who are you? What's happening? No? Okay.
I've been here for last 25 years.
Oh. What brought you there?
I teach. I have done.
What do you teach?
Yes. Data
what do you
analysis,
teach?
English.
Data analysis.
Oh, wow.
What brought you here tonight?
Yeah. What brought you here tonight? Patricia asked.
I also teach competitive intelligence.
Really?
I have done my doctoral degree, why Japanese were so successful in the world. And they have never invented any of the products like car, TV, computers. None of these were invented in Japan.
Yeah, we've all been told, Tokyo forever. That everything's developed in Tokyo. It's not true?
Car, TV, computers, all in America, not Japan.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yeah.
The answer was very interesting. Because in America, you can find Chinatown, you can find people from all over the world. But why only Japanese were able to create so many global brands. And it has to do with gathering intelligence. And since we are talking about collective intelligence, and I specialize in this area, I thought I will join and share my experience.
Yay!
Cool.
We're glad you're here, Sanjay. It's exciting.
Yeah, you know, we all are using intelligence. So defining intelligence means having actionable information.
Having what information?
It means what? Yeah.
Okay, so the difference between these two words are very important. One is knowledge and another is intelligence.
Okay.
So knowledge means something, knowledge means something
you got from a book.
You can act, you can take some action. That information is knowledge. Any information on which you can act is a knowledge.
Who wants to take that one?
And intelligence is unknown information. Intelligence is unknown. You don't know, and you are gathering it. So intelligence is always unknown. You don't know. So
nice.
That part is absolutely true. Intelligence is absolutely something unknown. But it is also something that you can sync with.
Yes. So the Japanese were able to successful. The reason was because they have intelligence gathering system built in their language. So Japanese is the only language in the world have 3 scripts. Most have 1. Japanese have 3 scripts. And one script is used only for unknown words, unknown things. One script is only used for unknown things. So that's the intelligence gathering system.
You seem very knowledgeable. What is your message?
So my message.
What do you want us to know?
Yeah, so my message is that if we can use this intelligence gathering system and help individual so that they use this intelligence for their own welfare rather than companies and big corporations.
Yes. I agree with you 1,000,000,000% on that level and beyond.
And one basic thing with the food is this, that you know, they always say that, what about plants? You know, they are living and life, you know, all that crap, right?
I think what you're trying to say, Sanjay, is, if I may, I'm going to take a risk here. That I get that a lot because I'm a vegan, longtime vegan, and I get the question a lot. Well, plants feel pain and plants suffer and they do this and they do this. But guess what? They don't have a brain or a heart, okay? But they are a living entity. But here's the deal.
No. See, this is the problem we have. No, we have to separate this. No. They are not living.
Oh,
they are
that's
living.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But like,
no. Let me explain.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me explain.
I will let you.
Life is something, a time between birth and death.
Yeah, I've actually brought birth in, and I've actually taken people out of their body. Yeah, so I know life and death for sure.
So life and death is the 2 dates decide if that person or that animal is living or not. Birth and death. Yep. These 2 dates.
Yeah.
In the case of plants, they have none.
That's what I said, because they keep growing roots, they can keep producing.
No. You were using word living. So they are not living. No. For living, you need a date of birth and death. A seed, a dried seed. If you put in a water, it will start growing. So are they dead? Are they living? No. So we cannot compare animals with plants because there is no date of birth and death. That's it. So they are not living.
Right. No. I totally agree with you on
So
that part.
mistake is
plants
word
are
using living. The mistake
living.
is word using living. Forget about heart and blood and nervous system and all that.
I totally agree with
So
you
there's
on
higher
that.
level. Basic
Yeah.
level, living means a birth, date of birth, and death. Plants don't have it. So that's it. They are something else. So the word I say, plants are not living, they are levo because they grow. That's it. They grow. That's all.
What? What's the
So
key
the
word
word
there? Then what?
is a mistake.
Wait, what was the key word there? Plants are not living.
I
They
know.
are.
I didn't hear that either. So that one word. There's one
word.
word we're not getting.
Yeah. So plants are not living because they don't have birth.
They're not
They-
living.
You said they are what? You said they're not living, but they.
Levo.
What?
Levo.
Yeah, I'm not
L-I-V-O.
getting that. It almost sounds like
It is a
evil.
new
I'm
word.
not getting it.
Levo. They are levo. They grow. That's it.
Legal?
Evil?
Livo, Liwo, or something like that. You can get
Levo.
I know.
Levo.
I'm not getting it either, Michael. I'm like, it's evil or it's
Levo.
legal. Or,
L-I-V-O. Levo. Not living. Levo. Levo.
Can I
Levo,
interject
I guess it's a new word.
second, you guys? Could I just stop you a second? It's really hard to understand. And I just want to introduce something. We were talking about animals and our relationship to animals a little while ago, and I'd just like to come back to that. Michael, do you know, and does everyone know this book, Animals Speak, The Spiritual and Magical Powers of Creatures Great and Small, by Ted Andrews? And I just want to read the back of this. It says, the animal world has much to teach us. Some animals are experts at survival and adaptation. Some never get cancer. Some embody strength and courage, while others exude playfulness. Animals remind us of the potential we can unfold. But before we can learn from them, we must first be able to speak with them.
Melissa.
So I just wanted to open that up for conversation.
Melissa, you
about
just
communication between humans and other species.
Melissa, you just responded to what I said earlier, because I was talking about how animals are the only real living beings on this planet that know how to respect Earth. They do what they have to do to live. They don't manipulate. They don't go out and freaking try and control and run everybody down and slaughter everybody. I mean, that's what man does, you know, but animals are in total harmony. And I don't care if that sounds cliche, but they are in total rhythm with the rivers, with the oceans, with the flow, everything. By the way, everything I just mentioned was woman. Melissa's going to turn around in 1, 2, 3. There she is. Because she heard that. Couldn't help but go there. But really, I mean, you know, I say this all the time. My beloved Dharmendra, I tell him daily, the problem with freaking humans is they are so out of touch with nature. They have no fucking clue how to tune in to nature. They are so freaking, you know, I mean, it's so mental, and they just want to try and figure it out. But, you know, animals are doing it, and I keep saying it all the time. We can learn from the animals. They know what to do. Birds know what to do. Bees know what to do. Roaches know what to do. Rats know what to do. Freaking coyotes know what to do. Wolves know that if we didn't have wolves, they are so responsible for our rivers. That's an ecological thing. That's an ecological freaking fact. If we get rid of our wolves, screw rivers. And it goes on and on and on. It's, you know, just, if we don't stop this insanity of taking what we want from wherever and whoever and whatever we want.
Sanjay had something to say there, I think.
All right.
So if we talk about intelligence, then we should focus on something unknown. If we keep repeating what everybody knows, does it serve anything? Maybe something, but not for everybody. So it's better when we are having these kind of communication sessions to bring something unknown, you know, that's intelligence. So as I said, like Japanese have a language where they have 3 scripts, and one script is used only for foreign words, new words, and they have a dictionary, and that dictionary expand every year. So we should have that kind of system, intelligence system for us. And internet is the way that we can use this technology for intelligence gathering. Like the Japanese language have this katakana. Katakana is a script used for foreign words, unknown things from all over the world. So they are gathering new information, new ideas, and using it. No other language have this system in the world. The dictionary of all other languages don't change in 10 years, 15 years. The Japanese changes every year. Every Japanese is learning new words, 500 plus words every year. And these words are intelligence, new things which they can use in their life. So if we all collectively get new information and share, then imagine that how successful we will be on this planet Earth, that we have new ideas, doing new things every day from all over the world. This is amazing. So blaming and shouting and, you know, all these negative things don't add any value in intelligence gathering. It doesn't. You know, so all emotional stuff, all that we should keep somewhere else. When we are having international interaction, it should be focusing on something new that we can use as an individual. That would be amazing. It's just like Japanese katakana system, this language, you know, bringing new ideas.
Yeah, I have a question for you. I have a question for you, Sanjay, and this is I love what you're saying, and this is more just it's an experimental question for you, especially since you live there in Tokyo, and I'm sure you're very familiar with the Japanese culture, which I just love, and everything you're saying is new to me. I'm really enjoying it. I'm wondering about. I feel that there might be more than one kind of intelligence. I mean, do you feel that the Japanese that the Japanese culture, for example, given their experience with their history, given their experience particularly with Hiroshima, for example, and Nagasaki, as experiences in their culture that affected that one time in the past, do you feel that the culture is still contending with those events in the past, affecting them in the future now?
Maybe as individuals, there may be some people attached to those events, you know, even after 50 years, 60 years. But when you look at a society, they are learning everything new every day. This language I said, katakana, you know, so they are ahead of things collectively than any other culture in the world.
I understand that. I understand they're still ahead, and that in some ways they're systemic.
There might be, yes. Some individuals, some groups, yes, might have.
If I can reflect what you're saying, there's systemic system of language is pulling them forward more intelligently than other cultures around the world. I'm wondering though, if, this is just a question, I don't know, if the events in their past, if it's affecting certain individuals, you know, does that have any effect on holding back the collective? Whereas if
No,
they
I don't
didn't,
see it. I don't see it. I will see a guy, a Japanese guy with a kimono, or the girl,
Yeah.
you know, the old traditional dress, carrying a laptop in a shopping mall. So you see that a person who's very traditionally, you know, clothes and outfit, but with the modern gadgets and tools. You know, so if you go like in China and India and many other places, you will find the people who are following tradition and, you know, history. They don't connect with the new invention, new technologies. You know, somehow there's a disconnect. But Japan, day-to-day life is very modernized in that sense.
how do you think they move through that?
Oh, I have no idea. I mean, something to do with this cultural, you know, upbringing and this language. You know, language is a software, right? Language is something which updates us as a, you know, if a body is a hardware, the language is a software, right? And their version is changing every year. So this katakana dictionary is updated every year.
There's also a humility in that they've got a language that knows that they have something to learn, that it needs to build because their understanding is incomplete. And that's a humility that we don't have in our Western language. We seem to know it all. Anybody that you talk about existential crises, they go, well, I don't know if I believe in that. So they feel confident in their ignorance, you know. And that reminds me of what I've heard about Japanese business, is that they are eager to sell to Americans, so they learn the Bible. And that's why Americans have not been able to sell to Japan very effectively, because they have this know-it-all attitude that they don't need to know anything about the culture that they're selling to. We have a great culture and we're going to force it upon somebody else. That's generally how they do business. You might have some perspectives on that.
You are absolutely right. So I have a diagram. I don't know, I can share it or not, in my doctoral thesis, which shows that certain countries have this tendency, as you said, know it all. So those countries or those cultures have been on planet for thousands of years, like Chinese or Indian or Greek. You know, some of those, they try to translate, interpret new ideas with the old kanji, old system. So for example, you know, in certain country, if they want to write a train, interpret a new word train, they will say a box running, you know, on a road or something, right? So new idea, they try to convert into back language, you know, so going back. So rather than, you know, updating, so there are languages and cultures, they think they know it all. So I have this one block in my paper, research paper. Agree. Your observation is perfect.
Wow, Sanjay. Super cool. Hey, how did you find out about the block party in Radish?
How I find out about this group?
Yeah.
Oh, 2 days ago, I was checking on YouTube, and then all of a sudden, because of the keywords I use, because I'm in this area, it showed me this 2026 conference, right? And then this collective intelligence, this video of this 4th of February was on the top.
Oh crap, you know what that means, Sanjay?
Yep.
That means you were destined to arrive here.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I clicked the link, and otherwise it sounds interesting. So I went there and registered myself. And then today I just saw by all of a sudden when I came to YouTube, it says, you know, this is happening. I said, okay, I just click it and then that's it. So it's just out of, I call it knowledge trigger. So I created a trigger and that is creating knowledge. So.
Wow.
We call that synchronicity.
Well, Sanjay, as the co-founder and president of Radish and kind of the main organizer of the Block Party, I want you to know you are very much welcome here, brother. Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yes, welcome.
I want to call back to something you said earlier. You said that the Japanese don't invent as much. Yet I was going to chime in and say, yeah, but they perfect it. they take the technology and move it further. But I wonder why they don't get involved with the actual origins of things.
Yeah. So let me correct the perspective that I say Japanese. So okay. So I have a master's in chemistry, and then I did MBA. So I have a science background of master level and the management kind of thing. And I see this very, there's a distinction. So to be a successful social scientist, you have to steal the ideas of others. And that is what called references. You know, in every social science research, you have a bunch of references, which means I have used these ideas for my research, right? The Japanese are the best social scientists on the planet Earth. They review ideas from all over the world, and then they create something their own, but they are not the scientists, natural scientists, like physics and chemists, you know. You have to come up with something new, which doesn't exist. So Japanese are good social scientists. And katakana, this language I mentioned, dictionary, is saying that these are the references, or these are the words or ideas we have stolen from all over the world. Not stolen, but used in my research, something like that. So I agree with you that they are the good social scientists.
I think one thing that is important to be aware of too, though, when we as we're starting to evolve this collective consciousness, intelligence, multidimensional communication network, is that what I've noticed in a few cases, people will slip into an attitude that we don't want to get caught up in what's negative or this or that. And there's something I need to address here, is that we human beings, in order to evolve, here's something new for you. In order to evolve, have to accept and embrace the entire spectrum of consciousness of what it means to be human. And so we always have to give space for people to express a shadow aspect of something they either absorb from the world or through their own conditioning that's exposing itself through meditation. And there has to be an emotional energy behind it. Otherwise, it's just mental information, and it's not a living, breathing experience. And in a group like this, the level of compassion we're developing, because it's not just consciousness, it's consciousness plus love. There's not just meditativeness here or a deeper intelligence about something new, which is what meditation does. It introduces you to the new through yourself, through others, in every other form. All you have to do is become still and stop participating in everything around you, and stop and just be present for a moment and start to absorb what existence is telling you right in that moment. That's where you begin to enter the new. That's the doorway into the new. So out of that, you're going to discover many aspects of yourself that may or may not always be comfortable to you. But unless you embrace those and take them as the new also, and embrace them honestly instead of pushing them away and saying, no, we don't want that, we want to do it this way, we've created a subtle division, and we're no longer a collective intelligence. We are something that is saying, we got this and you need to do it this way, otherwise you're not doing it right. And that's a very subtle thing I want to point out, because I've heard it over the many months of many different Radish conversations, subtly creep in the back door of people's idea of what's supposed to be. Let's only be positive. I can guarantee you that's the road to ruin. Let's only be real.
Outstanding.
Let's only step into the space that and own it totally with love, though, not in a judge. If somebody's expressing something that's powerful and intense for them, can you hold the space for that? Because at some point in your life, you probably went through something like that. Even if it was when you were a little kid, it depends on when you got closed down and you became a mentalizing, no matter how intelligent most people are, we're just mentalizing robots for the most part. To actually bring that intelligence of your totality into your everyday life, everything becomes new. Every moment, every breath is new. That's what the dimension of meditation, you can call it whatever you want, witnessing without judgment, whatever is going on. Then the intelligence can grow, not just in discovering in the specific aspects we've been talking about so far in relation to this discussion, but in every aspect of life, through relationship, through direct sensory experience, through imaginal just reveries into what sound might look like, just silly things. But what they do is develop different dimensions of your consciousness to see things in new ways. So to take a little bit of what you said, Sanjay, but also to point out the subtle, like, we don't want to go there because that's negative and it sounds negative. No. We have to accept the shadow too. Otherwise, it's a partial human being we're developing that's supposed to be perfect. That's crap. We have to develop the imperfect, the perfect, and everything in between. It all has to be there. It all has to be in that dance, and it all has to be loved for what it is. The minute you do that, you take away all sense of there being a right or wrong, and we just move together. Everybody's responsible. Everybody's grounded. Nobody's here to hurt anybody, especially not themselves. So we enter into that space, and anybody can express, and women do it. They'll bring it out. They'll bring it out much more than us men. They're much more courageous in their hearts. You'll see them cry. You'll see them do things. It's not about, okay, wait a minute, hold on. This is bullshit. This is human beings creating a higher form of intelligence. We're entering into the new in so many different ways. I'm glad you found this space. You found the right space. If you want to get into something new, you found the right space. No question about it. I'm just going to take what you said and do it. You're talking about it. This is how you do it. So welcome to a space where we go into the new all the time. That's what we do here. So welcome.
Hey, Dharmendra, I'm just wondering I'm trying to understand better what you're saying. I mean, you and I had...
I just have to intervene and say I'm so happy this is happening right now. You two do it.
Yeah, so...
Oh, we will. Watch this.
And we have all these mediators to help us. So I had expressed publicly to Dar... So I just want to... Yeah. I wish there was a way of checking in to see. Maybe I'd like to ask everyone: does anyone object?
I'm not gonna keep interrupting, but what I'm witnessing right now, you have full speed ahead. As far as I'm concerned, I think people will support this.
I know, that's why I just wanted to check.
There's something that you need to do and heal with Dharmendra right now. So I think everybody will be in tune with that and support that.
Well, I know, but I still want to check. I want reassurance because I think part of...
Okay, go ahead. That's that. Yeah.
Okay, can I have a thumbs up if you're okay with Dharmendra and I have a conversation about this?
Cheer her on. Yeah.
I want thumbs up if you're... Oh, so not...
I'm fine with that happening, but I'm going to be gone.
Okay.
I gotta go.
Thanks.
You have until 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay.
Michael, it was lovely to re-meet you in this context outside of the technical one where we met before with Nolan and Jamin. I think you remember when I was there. I didn't say a whole lot.
I remember, yeah.
Yeah, so nice to meet you this way.
Yes, absolutely.
In the new. In the new.
Yeah.
Nice theme, the new.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks again, everyone. Jamin, Nolan, for the invitation to join. Patricia, for your facilitation. And Amira, great to meet you. And
It was really nice to meet you. I really appreciate what
Ray,
you're putting out. Thank you.
and Sanjay, welcome. I'm really interested in your research. I sent you a private message if you could let me know where I can read more information. I think it's absolutely fascinating. And yeah, I hope to see you again. Please come back, Sanjay. I hope to see you again. And
Gate parasamgate bodhisvaha there, bro.
Yeah. Bye-bye. Thank you so much, Michael.
Bye, y'all.
So much, Michael.
You're welcome.
Yes.
See you again.
Have a great
I
weekend.
think when people leave, it would be great if we could just sing a goodbye song or something.
Okay. Which song, Patricia?
Extinctus says that Patricia will sing a song.
Go for it.
cute.
You did it earlier. Do it again.
Okay, let me see.
We all loved it.
Goodbye, farewell, our readers, and good night. I'll sing, I'll flit. We love you so much, Michael. Bye, 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 bye.
Bye.
Michael.
Bye.
That
Bye.
was
Melissa.
awesome.
Bye.
That's really cute. Bye, Michael.
See you next time. Bye.
Let us know more about your projects too.
Well done, Patricia. That's the most favorite song so far I've heard from you. For me personally, I like that.
So
really a lot.
I would, yeah, this is really, really, really cool. I would like to, if I may, introduce a healing process here between Dharmendra. This would be interesting. This would be fascinating for all of us because we have two sides with different outlooks, with different opinions, with different whatever. And they're very opposite and they kind of clash today. And I think it would be really cool if these two, and I say, yes, yeah, you can duke it out. You can duke it out, yeah. But, or you can dance on it, you can do whatever you want, but just really connect and find out what triggered. I know that Dharmendra triggered something you and Patricia today. I watched it. I watched the whole thing. I watched your whole body language. I watched everything because I'm a seer. So I witnessed that. I'm also an energy worker, so I know about energies and blah, blah, blah. But anyways, so, and we can talk if you want, darling. I will give you a free Reiki session online. If you would ever like.
Oh, sure.
And I know you're very religious, and I have a potty mouth, but we can get past both of those.
Oh,
and
yeah, I'm used to potty mouths.
We can meet in the center, and I would be more than happy to give you some Reiki online for whatever you want free. Oh, don't be.
I don't know if I'm religious. In some, I would just like to say I love Jesus a lot, and you know, that doesn't mean I hope you won't put me in any kind of box of like what probably 99% of the people who are Christian you meet who say they're Christian.
Oh, heck no. I go by a person's vibe, their energy. No. I don't box anybody.
Okay, thank you.
I don't box animals. I don't box anything. I don't box anything.
Hey, Amira.
Yeah.
Hey, Amira, you created a sacred space, so I believe Patricia was about to encounter me in a way with her voice, and I was waiting for that. And thank you for creating the sacred space and acknowledging there's an opportunity.
Have fun, kid.
Yeah, because so Dharmendra, when I heard you interact with Alan, and I thought I may be wrong, but I believe you interrupted him, and I don't have the exact words that you said, so I wish that I did, but I just heard you say words that I perceived were building a wall between you and him. And what I was hoping,
I gotta laugh too because it was more like breaking down a wall. Anyway,
Well, I hope what I would like to do is for you to, before you say anything, that maybe you could tell me what you understand me to say once I finish. Is that fair? Okay, so this is what so that's what I was experiencing. That's not to say that it was, I mean, what I was, that was, so I was uncomfortable. I perceived, I will say I was evaluating that there was a disconnection going on that was not helpful. My perception was that earlier a lot of people were just talking at him and they were fulfilling his kind of perception of vegans as attacking him. He's been attacked a lot. So I was just hoping we could create a situation where he could have a different perception of us. So I'm just, so I'm just wondering if you could tell me what you heard me say.
What I heard you say just now is that there was, as I understand it, you had an agenda in relation to how the interaction with Alan should go in relation to the way vegans are perceived, especially, and this is more of an implication out of what you were saying, but I believe it's applicable, but that how it is perceived by Alan, vegans, and wanting to make a good impression on him, that the vegans he's encountering in this particular space are not your typical kind of vegans that are going to come from a place of attacking. And then further in earlier in what you said, you perceived something in me where there's a disconnect created by some sort of behavior that I manifested with Alan that was perceived by you as something that divided us, that separated us. Am I catching your drift?
Yeah, and I really appreciate that you used the words that I was perceiving, and that doesn't mean that I'm saying that it is the ultimate truth. That was where my discomfort was coming from, and so thank you so much for telling me what you heard me say. And now I would like to hear how you felt and your perception of what happened.
Right. And thank you for opening this space in this way, because the opportunity doesn't come often to be able to express in this way. So this is a beautiful platform. So in different, how shall I call it, in different types of discourse that have different purposes, there's a certain way of responding. Let's say, for instance, that somebody's coming out with something that's very open, very loving, very relaxed, very deep, very meaningful, and very peaceful. So what I would find myself doing in that particular stretch of discourse is probably just being very open and innocent and receptive. And just be present with what's being presented. So that is one level of type of discourse. Another type of discourse might be somebody presenting an idea in a certain way that is coming from a position of knowing that they're right, an egotistical stance where a fixation about a certain ideology as the God's honest truth in relation only to the specific subject it's being applied to, nothing else. It's not like this overall, God complex thing, but it is in that sense, literally like with the degree of fervency that some people believe in God. That degree of you, there's nothing you can do to break me from the way I relate to this specific application in the world in relation to desertification, in relation to vegan capacity to transform. That as if that was the vegan's job and he was the guy to give us that job. So that aside for the moment, because there's a loophole right there and I'll find many of them. But the bottom line is when that kind of a discourse, that level of a discourse comes across my presence, I am like on 1 billion% hyper alert, because this person's trying to tell me how reality is, and he's trying to dictate to me that that's the way it goes. That's not appropriate. And so when he shifted so subtly into his moment of projecting onto me something that was not his to project on me, and it had nothing to do with me, I said, "Excuse me, sir, you are judging. Stop that. Don't do that." And I looked right at him, and I know this seems harsh. This is fierce compassion. I said, "Don't do that to me. You disrespect people when you do that." I don't care how brilliant he is. Everybody who was there paid attention to know that what I'm talking about is true. And that's how he speaks down to everybody in different degrees of subtlety and prowess, because he's very good at it. Because he's done it all, and he knows all of it and every bit of what he's talking about. But that means he's like the professor who went to the Zen master to ask for a teaching. And the Zen master picked up the teapot and poured into his cup. And once it was full, he didn't stop pouring. It was just overflowing over the floor, over him, over the table. And the professor said, "Stop, what are you doing? What are you doing? I came here for a teaching and you're overflowing my cup." And the Zen master looked at him. And the Zen master looked at him and said, "You're so full of yourself, you have no room for a teaching. You have no room for anything new," as Sanjay brought into the table today, which I love so beautifully. The new. There's no new there. I'll give you what I got to support you, even if I don't agree with it. That's the best I heard in terms of the way the harmony was going to work from him over into the vegan world. And it was Jorge who opened that up very beautifully. His sociocratic ability is like really good. I mean, he's like a pro. And the way he turned the whole situation into how can we make this work for us so that we can exchange some substances from both sides and enrich each other, from our side of the Vegan World 2026 and his side of the world. That's the best we got out of that so far. So that's all the points I could see that went into when the man stepped into my space and started to tell me who I was. No, you don't get to do that. That's my perception. You tell me for one moment, according to your worldview, that this is how you get to interpret my interpretation of your worldview. That's not correct.
Amindra, I'm like the cup that's getting all the water poured in. I can only handle so much.
Uh-huh.
I tried to be brief in sharing with you, and I think that's another thing that, it's overwhelming when you, and what I'm feeling is that you're trying to push your agenda, your beliefs, your justification for what you're doing on me.
Patricia, I'm going to intervene right now because, and I love you. I love your energy. You're beautiful. You are so fucking, sorry about the word.
Okay.
I don't know about your Christianity. I don't know what words
it's
are okay.
Fine. You don't have to censor yourself around me.
My point is,
I might say the F word sometimes too,
Oh, I will embrace it. But the bottom.
Don't get me mad though.
Oh, you know what, bitch? I got it on you. Okay. I had to play with that. So, I am kind of cool. I'm 60 fucking years old, so I'm kind of cool. Anyways, what Dharmendra?
Okay.
What? No.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not done. I didn't beep in for nothing. What Dharmendra's putting out to you, my darling, sweet friend. Do you know how I met you? The words out of your mouth were, "I don't know if I'll fit in." I took that to heart with you online. Didn't even try, you were just there. And I took it in. And I said, she's someone who is alone a lot, I'm guessing, and really wants to connect, and didn't feel at one point like she'd fit in. I heard you. I listened to you. Thank you. for sharing that in the world, because how else is anyone going to get to know you, and vice versa? So I encourage you to continue to you broke out in song twice tonight, and you got everybody kind of grooving with you. Keep doing that. What's the problem?
That's
I mean,
collective intelligence.
And don't worry about if Dharmendra speaks some truth that might hit deep in your belly, that you know is true, and the only reason it bothers you is because somehow you know deep within yourself it's true. It wouldn't bother us if it wasn't true. So just take that in.
I'm not saying it bothers me. I'm just saying that I feel overwhelmed by the amount of words. I do have.
Let go of it. You know what? You know what? I know a lot of Christians, and they say, "Fuck you, motherfucker, douchebag, asshole, piece of shit." They will use every fucking cuss word in the goddamn English language, but that doesn't mean that they don't love each other. It means that's how I feel, god damn it. I'm gonna express it. And it's okay. Because you know what? God, if you really believe in God, do you think he's prejudiced? Do you think they look down on you? That's God.
I guess.
So do you think that for one second?
Almira, I know you wanted us to have a healing, and I guess, you know, I would just say I'm not feeling too connected, because I really was hoping, like, communication is something that is helpful. I don't really like for me, it's like when people tell each other what they're understanding, slow it down, maybe use fewer words so we can really.
Okay, Patricia, I really want to give you some help right now.
I don't want it. You know what,
No,
Amira?
I want you to be with me, please. I'm a Reiki master. Please trust me. Please, I beg of you, trust me, because I will give you a gift of a lifetime, my darling. Because I know energy, I know I know. Please.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
No, it's not about being quiet, my darling. It's about not rejecting. It's about being open. It's about receiving.
Okay, what I'm hearing you say is am I understanding you to say that you think that I'm closed and I'm rejecting somebody or something?
No, I don't think you're totally closed, but I think some levels of you are, and they can be open. Some chakras can be, played with, and meridians, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm a Reiki master, my darling. I've been one for over 30 years. But yeah.
Ray had his hand up a little bit ago. I'm wondering if Ray has it, and yeah, I could hear you some other.
Okay, go ahead.
You have your hand up, Jamin?
I was wondering if how you perceive Alan's engagement with us, especially with the vegan community. Do you think that he came with an open mind to learn?
Who are you talking to, Ray?
Well, Patricia.
Oh, okay.
He was talking about communication. And
all right. Yeah, no, not that. I didn't know who you were talking to. Okay.
I'm not sure.
Emphatic the way that Dharmendra did.
I'm not sure if he came with an open mind to learn. However, he did say a couple of times, if you can prove me wrong, then I'm happy to receive that information. That's what he said after I spoke to him. And also, I think that he was more softening. Maybe he's a sociopath and he just lies and
Who are you talking about?
just a second, please. One of the things that I really respected about him was that he said that I didn't know, that he actually apologized about making the mistakes with the elephants. Is that true?
Oh.
Or was he lying? Because it
Well,
did.
He
It's true.
was
He's apologized.
was involved in something that killed like 40,000 elephants.
And he apologized for that
Right.
publicly. And that tells
Well,
me that
he's not clean. Still, he, admittedly says, I like to eat a lot of meat. His words today.
okay. Well, I think Jamin, what did you have something you wanted to say?
Oh yeah, I'd love it if we could kind of bring the conversation back to collective intelligence.
Yeah.
And if there's healing or whatever that needs to happen between two individuals, you can, we're all grown-ups here. We know how to, reach out to each other and take that offline. So that's what unless there's like a bigger lesson for all of us here. And I'd love to hear.
Actually, Jamin, I kind of agree with you on the drama part. I think it's kind of done, and we can take it somewhere else. So I totally agree with that. But where would you like to take it?
Me? Oh,
yeah.
Where I'd like to take this conversation is in the realm of collective intelligence.
What does that mean?
Well, what it means to me is Sanjay just showed up with a big syringe full of some really stuff, and I'm just like, here's my vein, right? So that's what I mean in this case.
There he is.
Land of the rising sun, and the sun's in the background. No sun out my window.
And just before we shift into there, since I was involved in something, and you can't just step in on what I'm doing like that. Please don't do that to me. Okay, the way I'm going to finish this.
No, that's what I'm saying, Dharmendra. Please go ahead. I wasn't shutting you down. I was just expressing something, right?
And me too. And so now I'm going to express another thing. Thank you. I understand. Is that Patricia? I really like where you're coming from, and I feel there's a lot of well-founded heart in what you're saying. And what I'd like to do is, at whatever appropriate time, obviously not here because I want to get on with the show too, and I'm sure you probably do too, is I'd love for you to illuminate me about what you see that I could do to uplift my behavior and increase my frequency of consciousness in the way I interact with people. I'd love to hear that. I'm open to it, okay? Now, is that not a correct way to respond? Right. Okay. So now we can offer that up. Thank you, Jamin. Please take us to the next dimension.
Well, I could just do a quick song. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's the nicest thing That's the nicest thing that anyone ever's done for me.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah and hallelujah.
Can I just say something? 1 second. I listened for 2 hours and I couldn't speak, unfortunately, from my studio because I don't have enough power there for the computer. But one thing that came to me while I was listening to this back and forth conversation that was getting very emotional, understandably, was how do we, when this sort of situation arises, bring us back into co-creating something together? Because Alan does have some good points, but Sailesh has also really great points. And so has Dharmendra and Amira and Jamin and Ray and Patricia, etc. So how do we knit these things together to co-create a solution? That's what I'm interested in. And I wasn't I wasn't feeling we were getting there. It was like this kind of crossfire that was happening.
If I may, I feel we all have to, on some level, somehow, whatever it takes, to get in touch with our own individual true beings and listen to the voice that is speaking to you loudly every single day. You know what to do. You know what to do. So do it. It's that simple. Don't expect anyone else to tell you what that is. Just go with your flow. Listen to your being. Go into that deep place within your belly and just address it. Trust it. Trust it. It talks to you every single day. It talks to you all day long. It talks to you in your dreams. It talks to you all over the place. That's my only advice on that.
Sanjay has something to say.
Yeah. Since I'm very new, so I didn't know the background, but I can guess that there's some topic different people have different perspective and they want to discuss, right?
Well, that maybe puts the finger right on it. Does anybody get the impression that Alan came to learn, or did he come to teach us something?
So
I
yeah,
think
I
you should learn something from us. Well, what is it? What might he have learned from us?
I would love to respond to that because from the get-go, sorry to say it, the first word that came to mind was arrogant. I felt like he was an old guy. He mentioned many times his age, his status, what he's done. He always referred to his accomplishments. Whenever I hear somebody do that, I just immediately go to the place of, okay, you're not really in touch with what's really happening. And you're not willing to. And he mentioned, he said so many, the worst thing I heard him say today was, I love all animals, but I love to eat tons of meat. And that killed me. I just went, what the?
Early in, he said, God help us if we get a vegan world.
Yeah, I know. So it was difficult.
That's pretty triggering words. I think everybody kind of let it go. Nobody really responded to it, but it set a tone. And there's aggressive ways to be, Patricia, other than like Dharmendra got his Irish up. And Alan's really good at keeping the tone, and that's one of those really important things in the the global stage is to be able to deliver all the goods without any deep emotion, which is strange because usually it's deep emotion that makes people understand things. And a lot of people were commenting online of how hard it was to bite our tongues and not say anything. And so I think Dharmendra performed a little bit of a service to do a little bit of venting. It wasn't a song, and you did some songs too, and that also takes the tension off too. That's a long time for us. How many hours were we talking? That's a long time to be grinding your teeth and towing the line.
I want to say something.
I just want to notice that we have a lot of we did have the that Jamin. We have a lot of needs here, and I guess this is how I wonder, how do we fulfill these needs? We have Sanjay is here as a visitor, and he hasn't. And I'm hearing Jamin really is just yearning to hear him speak, and I'm just wondering, Amir, if we could, I guess we need to maybe find maybe a consent, that sociocracy do we need to go around and decide what are we going to do right now? I mean, that is going to be a challenge in these open meetings. So,
Well, I think I have in my experience of 8.5 years of being vegan, and I consider myself hardcore animal activist, rights, blah, 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 whatever. Not hardcore, not like direct action. I mean, I don't have the balls they have, but in my point is, you know, the bear witnessing, the whatever, the vigils, the whatever, the protests, the whatever, the marches, the whatever. It's what are we all willing to do outside of ourselves to stop, you know, the selfishness that we are living in? Because when we eat meat, we are in selfishness. There's no.
Yeah, Amira, I'm actually addressing the idea of this moment right now. Of what is going to meet the most needs of people. So I guess I just like to see, I'm just going to ask for
what's going to meet the most needs of people is whatever it takes. And it's going to take wait, you asked a question.
No, I didn't ask you a question.
You did. You said what it's going to take. Okay.
No, I meant right this moment. We have a lot of, we had a need on the table. Jamin said he really wanted to hear what Sanjay, he put it out. And I'm wondering if we could honor that need. That need right in this moment. I'm wondering if you could let Sanjay, could you allow Sanjay to speak?
I'm gonna be really honest, and I may get kicked out of this club, but I'm gonna do it. What I've noticed is you've tried to have some sort of control, Patricia, all day long over the meetings and telling people how to be and how not to be. And that's not cool. You're the only one doing it. And it's not cool because you got a trip about every fucking thing that's gone down all day long. And if you guys kick me out, I'm out because I don't play this game. You're playing the victim and you're trying to control everybody around you for having a voice. And that's not cool. You did it to Dharmendra. You cut him off when he gave you some beautiful shit last night, by the way. So I'm not appreciating this. And if I got to get kicked out of this club, kick me the fuck out of this club. Because I'm not buying this fucking, you know, bullshit with you, Patricia. You've been doing it all day. You've been doing it all day. There's several people who have been online with you all day that have said, look, I mean, really, am I right or wrong? So just own up to that and quit trying to control the space because that's what you've been doing all day long. You wanted to comply to what makes you feel comfortable. That ain't cool. That's not fair to anybody else. And you got to deal with your shit. And if you need help with your shit, then ask for help and be honest. But don't manipulate everybody else along the way, and that's just what I got to say. I love you, and I wouldn't say that to you if I didn't love you. I wouldn't waste my goddamn time.
It looks like, Tamara, can I interrupt you?
Sure you can, sure.
Sanjay
Yes.
wants to say something.
Oh, go for it.
And also we have someone who just joined us, Rebecca. Welcome.
No, beer. Oh. Yes, no problem.
Well,
Unmute.
welcome, Rebecca. And you're on mute. We have automatic muting when people join, but feel free to unmute. And
Sanjay's.
okay, and Sanjay has been waiting to speak. Go ahead, Sanjay. Thank you.
Yeah. So, as I said, I don't know the background, but there's a very interesting solution for such kind of issues. Is this, that we heard some stories where whenever somebody was not happy with something, in a palace, a king has a room called a dark room. And this is a practical solution. So anybody in a palace, the family members or somebody, who was not happy with something, that person can go to that room, the dark room. So everybody knows that there is some issue and that person has to raise. Then the king can go in that room and discuss with that person and try to resolve. So the palace can run like a normal function and it doesn't disturb the whole ecosystem. So I think in this public forum, which is for the society, not for individuals, is better that these kind of issues, individual, perspective, different perspective, could be resolved in some kind of forum or some kind of email exchange, some kind of back-end system which won't take the main focus, the purpose, why we all are here, away. So as I said, the intelligence gathering the Japanese have, every Japanese all over the world when they are traveling, if they see something new, they write on a piece of paper, and then when they come back to Japan, they write in the newspaper. And the newspaper publish a dictionary every year. So all the Japanese can learn what the new idea came. So it's a collectively gathering intelligence for new things, new ideas from all over the world, and publishing it through dictionary and giving to everybody. So that's the purpose of this Japanese collective intelligence gathering through katakana. So a forum like this, when people are coming from all over the world and their whole purpose is to liberate animals and bringing the healthy food from different perspective, like environment and all, health and all. So if that's the focus, then all these individual differences, perspectives could take some resolution in some other ways rather than in these, interaction, which is the purpose is gathering intelligence and making more and more billions of people, bringing in this vegan food lifestyle. So in Japan, I host for free. Do you know what is couch surfing? Couch surfing. Yeah, so through couch surfing, I have hosted maybe 20, 30 people, and they can stay for 2 nights free at my place. On the first day, I make a meal, which is a vegan, plant-based, and they don't know. And they are not vegetarian. They are normal people from all over the world. So I'm introducing this idea indirectly to them because I tell them, hey, there is no oil in this food. There is no sugar, processed sugar. And this is really? And they said, oh, wow, it looks very healthy. And then the debate starts, discussion starts. But I'm not telling to become vegan, vegetarian, anything like that.
Where are you located, Sanjay? Where are you located? Where are you located?
Tokyo, downtown Tokyo, Japan.
Oh, Tokyo. Yeah. And you're Indian, yeah? Are you from
India?
I was,
my background is India. I came from Australia, but yes.
Okay.
So I'm saying that, let's make some kind of system so that individual differences can be taken care on once in a week or a month or, sometime in somewhere rather than bringing to the main focus like a palace. In a palace, king has a room called a dark room. Anybody, any day can go there and rest people know there's this person has something to say or not upset. And the other can go and join and, resolve this. But it doesn't take in the palace. The purpose we are here to make the whole planet Earth vegan as soon as possible. That's it. So how we can bring new things, new ideas, like I said, through this couch surfing hosting. There was one girl, a Russian model, young one, said on the last day that, Sanjay, can I stay one more day? And I have a rule that we decide what time you will come and what time you will leave before coming to my place to stay. And I told her, yeah, sure, you can stay, you know, 1 more or 2 days extra, but on one condition. And she says, and it was middle of the night. And she said, what? I said, yeah. She says, okay, what is the condition? I said, show me or tell me the address of the plant or the tree which grows egg. And she said, what? I said, yeah. I said, you told me that you are a vegetarian, but you eat eggs. So it's great. I want to know these kind of plants or trees, you know, maybe in Russia you have something which grows it. She said, no, 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 no. I'm talking about the normal hen's egg. I said, but that's the purpose, is the baby, not the fruit or something. And I said, either you stop calling yourself a vegetarian or show me the tree, plant tree, and you can stay as long as you want. She said, okay, let me think. And the next day, she got up at 6 o'clock and left my room and then I felt very bad on that day. That I shouldn't talk to this, you know, these things. But a year later, if you go to my Couchsurfing profile, you can see she wrote a very nice comment, said, I stayed with Sanjay for 1 year, 3 days, and 1 year ago, but I wrote some comment, it was not saved. But today, because of this guy, I don't eat any animal products. It took me 1 year to understand what he said. Right? So my whole purpose was to help people to get this idea, right? But indirectly. So what I'm suggesting, you know, for collective intelligence forum like this, if some kind of these issues, we can make some day or some time where we can, you know, resolve these kind of issue rather than bringing to the main focus. So the new people are coming in and purpose is intact. Thank you.
That is so right on, Sanjay. Thank you for that. My God, that's so beautiful. You're so beautiful. I had to jump in really quick because I had a synchronicity with Patricia and Rebecca, who just joined in, because Patricia, when I met you, what was it, a day or two ago online, I said, are you that teacher that went to the 2026 conference with Silash Rao and Jane Unchained and everybody? Were you the teacher that got up in the middle of the whole conference and dictated so that everybody could understand what was happening in the 2026 Vegan World Conference? And here she is right here, Rebecca, joining us right now. She was the star of that 2026 conference, and I mistaken Patricia for Rebecca. So I'm talking about synchronicity right now, that I asked her last night about that, and here Rebecca is. Oh my God. How are you, Rebecca?
Thank you. I'm doing quite well. I'm supposed to be working on a speech I'm giving next week, but when this was on, and I thought, well, I will join. And then when it said Alan Savory and Salish were going to debate, I thought, gosh, that'll be interesting. But I don't know if that already happened or is planned to. So I'm just kind of catching up, and nice to see everybody. I'm looking forward to hearing from everybody.
Great.
And thank you very much.
Great to see you, Rebecca. So
Yeah.
the conversations between Silash and Alan Savory already happened. There was one yesterday and then one today, a few hours ago. Both were recorded, so you can watch the recordings. And they were quite interesting.
I bet. Where will they be posted?
Well, one of them, the first one is already posted on the Block Party page on radish.org. So just go to radish.org, click on the Block Party banner, and scroll down, and you'll see it. And the next one will be posted. Probably it'll also be posted there because we're going to post all the recordings from today onto the Block Party page.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Amara. I'll mute and listen to other people now.
All right. Well, we're into some really interesting territory here, since Sanjay has been describing some really interesting things about Japan and Japanese culture and language and collective intelligence, and this just learning culture that shares its learnings and just really has space for the new kind of built into the language, which means it's built into the culture, which means it's built into the people. And it's just like, wow, because I had contemplated that myself. Why is it that the Japanese are so effective at international business and building these brands that are born on some island, you know, isolated from everyone else, and they go out into the world and they're quite successful. So that makes me think, you know, what can we do as a collective intelligence? We're creating a new culture here, right? This is all new. This is Wild West collective intelligence on the internet through video conference, where anyone can come from any place in the world and everyone is welcome. And so if ever there were an opportunity to create a new culture, it would be right here, right now, because we are relatively unconstrained. Like if we were meeting in a physical place, there would just be an automatic, almost unspoken, invisible assumption that, well, of course, we're in the culture of Tokyo or Japan or New York City or Melbourne or Johannesburg or wherever, right? But in this case, we are nowhere and we're everywhere. And, you know, so this is just totally new. Space and location has a whole new meaning. So we're creating, go ahead, Sanjay.
So you made a very interesting point that this collective intelligence of Japanese, and we can use it for our benefit. So do you know Temple University? Temple University in Philadelphia?
Philadelphia?
Yeah.
I've heard of it, never been there. Mm-hmm.
Like Cosby, Bill Cosby some connection had with Temple University. Is a negative one.
Ha! Okay,
so,
gotcha.
So they have a campus in Japan, and I was teaching a course called Cyberspace and Society. And I asked 35 plus students, I divided into group, that all of you are in Japan, and you know how the katakana system works in the language. Now tell me how you can use internet, the tools of internet, which can replace for us, because we are not Japanese, and it can act like a katakana intelligence gathering system. Because the katakana is Japanese individuals are gathering intelligence from all over the world and bringing and sharing. So now with internet, we can share with everybody all over the world without restriction. So how we can use this tool? And every group wrote the essays, and I would be happy to share, you know, those ideas, how the student thought about it. So you are right on that what Japanese did for last 60, 70 years, because every Japanese was like a CIA agent, like in the US. But the CIA is limited because it's an organization for the US government only. But this Japanese was the cultural intelligence gatherer, cultural intelligence. For the culture, they are collecting new information, writing through katakana, and with dictionary every year changing, sharing with everybody. So very, very simple things. You will see Japanese get it faster from all over the world. For example, very simple example. This is a 2-liter PET bottle, right? All of you have seen everywhere in the world. Nowhere in the world they have a system how to carry this bottle effortlessly. Look what the Japanese did. So they have 2 holes, So my finger can go in. So I can hold it. Otherwise, if the whole weight come on these all fingers, but because this is a groove, my finger can get in. This is only in Japan. It's a simple idea.
What is it made of? Is it like plastic? Is it
It's a plastic bottle. It's same everywhere in the world. It's a plastic bottle everywhere. But Japanese have created
Who
this
cares if it's got finger
groove.
holes? If
No,
it's
no,
got
no. This is
screw up?
idea, new idea. No, this is bad. I'm not talking about bad. New idea to carry something with only 2 fingers because they
So
made a groove.
we make humans lazier just to pollute
No.
the planet?
It's a good idea. A child can carry. No. Appreciate whatever the good, useful idea for humans. No.
I don't
Pet
know.
bottle is a separate issue.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm just saying that good ideas, anything which can help other humans, they get it quick and faster. Simple bottle, 2-liter bottle you can find in every country. Every country has it. There's a separate issue. But the idea to carry this whole heavy bottle by a child, because they made a groove here, simple groove. Right? So I'm saying hundreds and thousands of ideas in Japan, they get faster. In whole life, if you find hundreds of better ideas for life. So lazy or bad, there's a separate issue. We can talk in some other place. But how to get new ideas, good ideas for the society to use. This is the focus of this katakana system. And now with this collective intelligence, and the purpose is how to make millions of people vegan faster. And today I share an idea that one Russian model who stayed at my place for 3 nights, and how she turned into vegan after 1 year, because I asked a very simple question on one night: could you show me a tree or a plant which grows eggs? And she got upset on that day, and the next day she left very quickly. But I planted an idea that you cannot call yourself vegetarian if you consume animal product. It's not a product, it's egg. The purpose is to give birth to the babies. It took 1 year for that person to turn into vegan. So I'm sharing this one simple story. Now you can bring your story, so I can use your story for myself in future in Japan. So the purpose is how to make whole planet vegan faster. That's why we are here. So how we can collect intelligence collectively and share with everybody so everybody could use it. Like this idea. Some Japanese might have saw this thing somewhere, brought it here, and now every pet bottle has this grooving thing. It doesn't cost any money. It's just a simple idea. And I can give you tons of ideas, very simple, where people have innovated products which can help people.
I'm going to say, because yes, we get your point for sure. We need to go deeper into the consciousness, because your method is just producing bad plastic on the planet, which we're trying to avoid also. So that's not the solution. The solution is to get people aware of their spending habits, what they're doing, and what the hell they're paying for, and what they're doing with it afterwards. Yeah,
we cannot control that. We cannot control. Individual choice.
That's not, I didn't say, okay, I'm not saying right off the bat we can control it, but that's the message we have to put out. We have to put that message out. We have to make people on some level become responsible for their actions, for their own bodily functions, for God's sakes. I mean, how many men pee outside of the toilet? I mean, it's really, that's the life, that's the world we live in. That's the reality of it all. So yes, I do totally get your message. It's beautiful. It's great. But we have to realize what we're dealing with and who we're pitching that idea to, because they are not conscious enough to get that idea yet, as of yet. It's going to be a long process, and we have to accept what you're talking about. Yes, is going. People aren't going to wake up overnight. They're not going to just stop crapping their pants during the night. No,
maybe I'm not good at explaining it. The Japanese.
No, I get your point. Sanjay, I'm totally on board with you.
Japanese gathering intelligence system don't have any judgment.
This is not about judgment.
If an individual thing is a good idea, new innovative idea, he or she will bring.
Sanjay, I'm on board with you, my brother. I'm on board with you. My point is, that's a hard pitch for the world. I mean, it's a really hard pitch for the world to get.
Amira, I just would like to.
Yes. We can't hear you.
I just wanted to sing. I think Amira, if I may interpret what I'm hearing, after this, about. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
Melissa's coming over here so that she can be heard. Go ahead, sweetheart.
Hi. Oh, I'm in the light again. Hi. Really interesting what you're saying, Sanjay, about the language and this particular form of language, which is about exploring the world and collecting knowledge, information. I'm going to call it information. I think what I'm understanding from Amira, and what I'd like to just contribute also myself, is I think the human species have got to a place where we have to do more than just collect information.
Yes.
Our creative inventioning. We have to now use wisdom in order to make conscious decisions which hold us